Chapter 1742. Please note the sixth chapter. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes was an oversight by the dominator of samsara. He forgot to update it yesterday. Now, I'm updating it to connect the 5th chapter and the 7th chapter. Please forgive me for the inconvenience. If it still doesn't work, please send me the blade. As for this chapter, it's the 5th update. On the 2nd floor of the 2-story pavilion, Chunzong looked at the 5 black and white pills floating in front of him and pondered. The 5 pills were the extra rewards for passing the 2nd and 3rd floors of the Heaven-Earth Battle Tower. The extra reward for passing the 4th floor was a basic martial arts technique, Earth Elemental Strike. In addition, the battle achievements were 2, 3,000, and 10,000 respectively. The total was 15,000. Adding the 500 points from the virtual realm, the total was 15,500 battle achievements. Chunzong was thinking about how to use these battle achievements to improve himself. Middle-grade weapons could increase one's power by 20% and required 10,000 battle achievements to exchange for one. However, Chunzong was more inclined to exchange for the 4th level of Heaven-Earth Execution. Cultivation techniques were the foundation of one's body. Continuous improvement would be more helpful to one's cultivation. That kind of improvement was comprehensive. The improvement of weapons was only a part of it. Therefore, the exchange for the 4th level of Heaven-Earth Execution was imperative. If one wanted to gain a foothold in the eternal battle fort and climb higher, one's own fundamental strength was crucial. Otherwise, one would be like a rootless duckweed. In addition, if he passed the 4th floor, he would be able to increase his talent level from low grade to middle grade. He would also be able to choose a basic martial arts technique for free. What he had to consider now was whether or not to consume these 5 low-grade heaven-pilfering, earth-changing pills. 5 pills might not be enough to increase his constitution from low-grade to middle-grade, but could increase his chi of heaven and earth, which was also beneficial. However, the other method was to sell the 5 low-grade heaven-stealing and earth-changing elixirs and exchange them for battle achievements. Then, he would make up 10,000 points and directly exchange them for a middle-grade heaven-stealing and earth-changing elixir. This way, he would be able to directly upgrade his physique to middle-grade mortal constitution. In this way, all the battle achievements will be used up. You have to give up something to gain something, Chunzong said to himself with a smile. What was the use of battle achievements? Exchange them to improve oneself. In that case, the purpose of obtaining battle records was to improve himself. How could he just leave them aside and not use them? While Chunzong was deep in thought, he did not know that some of the upper echelons of the heaven and earth lineage had convened a small group discussion because of him. The result of the test shows that he is inferior. It seems that he is at the bottom of the inferior ranks. General Ming, is this what you want to show us? An incomparably tall, mountain-like figure said in a low voice with some dissatisfaction. Let's talk after you finish reading. On the other side, a person with a similarly huge body and a voice that was as gentle as a spring breeze spoke unhurriedly. This kind of assessment is indeed the lowest grade, but this person's performance is extraordinary. In just a short few months, he was actually able to obtain such results. Even a majority of the intermediate grade geniuses are unable to achieve this. The third voice was suffused with coldness, and it was like a gust of icy wind had blown past, and it carried a little surprise. So you're saying that there's a possibility that something went wrong during the test? The first deep voice sounded again. If there were no mistakes in the test, then the cultivation progress after being tested and evaluated was basically in line with the progress of that level. Unless there was some deviation in the test. After all, the test was not 100% certain. It was only mostly certain, and there was a very small chance that there would be a deviation. This had happened in the past. Let's look at the test footage from that day. The second voice suggested, but this requires the joint agreement of at least 3 managers. This is why you came to us, right? Yes. General Ming smiled. He happened to be managing the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower during this period of time, so he knew about Chunzong's situation. He was a little surprised, so he did not want to miss out on this talent. I agree. The cold voice sounded. If that's the case, I agree too, the deep voice said helplessly. Soon, a video was projected on the screen. What is this boy doing? In the video, Chunzong did not cultivate at first. Instead, he remained motionless for a long time before starting to cultivate. Could he be comprehending the first 3 levels of the heaven and earth divine art? This was entirely possible. There were indeed people who did this, but that was a long, long time ago. After it happened a few times, people would be informed. How could this boy still make such a mistake? If he was not comprehending, what was he doing? The video continued, and Chunzong's performance was seen by the 3 people. Gradually, they came to a conclusion. Perhaps he was comprehending the first 3 levels of the heaven and earth divine art and missed the time to cultivate. In terms of cultivation speed, he is indeed not bad. However, his age cannot be faked, and his physique is also very ordinary. His age is slightly older, his physique is ordinary, but his performance is not bad. He has potential. General Ming, are you saying that we should retest him? Yes, I feel that this boy is not ordinary. General Ming pointed at the figure in the video and smiled. Retest? It's not that simple. It will affect a lot. I don't agree with retesting now. I don't agree with retesting either. This boy's performance is not bad, but it can only be considered good. If he can reach the 7th level in the next year, I will agree to retest him. The deep voice sounded, and his tone was firm and unquestionable. No, I will apply for a deeper test in the name of the Earth Palace Lord. Ming Jiang shook his head slightly. With a swipe of his hand, the image immediately disappeared like an illusion. A person who was rated low and was at the bottom of the low level could pass the first level of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower on his first try, and on his second try, he could pass the 4th level and reach the 5th level. This was very shocking. Even many intermediate geniuses would find it difficult to do so. Only the upper-level geniuses had hope. King-level geniuses were not included. After all, they were directly above the upper, middle, and lower levels. There was a fundamental difference. Any king-level genius could easily pass the first 6 levels of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower. From his 7th level onwards, it would be a bit difficult, but only a bit difficult. There was a huge difference between passing the 4th level and the 6th level for any lower or middle-level genius. Many mid-level geniuses might spend 10 to 100 years and still not be able to reach the 6th level, let alone pass the 6th level. This boy needed to pass the 6th level within a year to be retested. Without a doubt, the chances were very slim. It was almost impossible. Even if he was given 10 years, it would still be difficult. However, if the time was relaxed to 100 years, there would be some hope. Well, there were many geniuses in the eternal battle for it. One more wouldn't matter. Unless the boy had the potential to reach the king level, there was no need for General Ming to put in too much effort. A small discussion also came to a conclusion, and this was the conclusion. Although it was said that Chunzong would be qualified to be tested again if he passed the 6th level of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower within a year, that was almost impossible. It was as good as not saying anything. However, it was a fact that Chunzong had reached the 5th floor. As a manager of the Heaven and Earth Battle Pagoda, Ming Jiang needed to raise Chunzong's talent level and treatment. Soon, this matter was arranged. In the pavilion, Chunzong had finished his business. There was a pill in his hand. On the pill, there were 2 black stripes and 2 white stripes. They were intertwined with each other and emitted a faint fragrance. The chi of heaven and earth in Chunzong's body rippled, as if he had seen a delicacy. Middle-grade heaven pilfering earth pill. He only needed 1 pill to raise his constitution to a medium mortal body. Without the slightest hesitation, Chunzong began to consume the mid-grade heaven pilfering earth change pill. As soon as the pill entered his body, it turned into 2 black and 2 white chi. It quickly spread and seeped into his body. The heaven pilfering earth pill contained heaven and earth chi. It was purified and had a miraculous effect on the constitution of the heaven and earth bloodline. Refined, the heaven and earth chi kept pouring into his body. The black earth chi merged into his bones, muscles, skin, and organs, while the white chi merged into his bones, blood, and meridians. Then they intertwined and connected. Chunzong felt as if his body was constantly being torn apart, and new energy was constantly being poured into his body. There was a strange feeling of swelling, as if he was about to explode, but he wouldn't really explode. This was the power of the heaven-pilfering earth pill. It was improving and strengthening his constitution. The level of the mortal body was closely related to the amount of heaven and earth chi in the body. The more heaven and earth chi there was, the higher the level of the mortal body. However, when it reached the spirit body level, it was a kind of transformation. However, the spirit body was too far away from Chunzong's current constitution. Time passed slowly. Chunzong felt that the swelling in his body gradually lessened. In the end, when the power of the heaven-pilfering earth pill was exhausted, it was replaced by a comfortable feeling. Chunzong felt that his body was much heavier than before, but also much lighter. It was a wonderful feeling. Then, Chunzong tried to run the third level of the heaven and earth bloodline. He was shocked. 30%. The speed of the third level of the heaven and earth bloodline was 30% faster than before. Then, he tried to mobilize the power of the heaven and earth bloodline. Once he did so, the speed of the condensing and running of the power also increased significantly. 30%. It also increased by 30%. The 30% increase in speed made Chunzong inwardly surprised. This meant that his cultivation speed would increase by 30% in the future. His recovery speed would also increase by 30%. He would be able to seize the initiative in battle. The 30% increase was an overall increase. It had a very obvious effect on one's cultivation in battle. Then, I will start to comprehend and cultivate the fourth level of the heaven and earth bloodline. Chunzong said to himself with a smile on his face. The first to third levels of the heaven and earth bloodline were only the foundation. The fourth level was the true embodiment of the essence and power of the heaven and earth bloodline. The fourth level of the heaven and earth bloodline was very different from the first three levels. Chapter 1743. Thank you to all the brothers who subscribed and tipped their monthly votes. Today is still an explosive day. The black earth elemental energy emitted a vigorous and heavy aura, transforming into a black halo that enveloped Chunzong's body. The white sky spiritual energy emitted a light and vast aura, transforming into a white stream of light that circled around the black halo like a sky dragon. The first level of heaven and earth elemental energy was to cultivate sky spiritual energy and earth elemental energy. The second level was to cultivate earth elemental energy primarily and sky spiritual energy secondarily. The third level was to cultivate sky spiritual energy primarily and earth elemental energy secondarily. The fourth level was not only to cultivate sky spiritual energy and earth elemental energy at the same time, but also to merge them into an even more powerful force. It was named Heaven and Earth Elemental Energy and possessed the advantages of sky spiritual energy and earth elemental energy at the same time. After spending some time, Chunzong fully grasped the mysteries of the fourth level of Heaven and Earth Elemental Energy with his extraordinary perception and solid foundation. Next, it was time to cultivate. Sky spiritual energy and earth elemental energy were mobilized at the same time. There was no longer any distinction between primary and secondary. Sky spiritual energy and earth elemental energy circulated in a distinct manner. Sky spiritual energy resided within the body, while earth elemental energy resided within the flesh. They did not interfere with each other. This was the state of the first three levels of heaven and earth elemental energy. The fourth stage was to fuse heavenly spiritual energy and earth elemental energy. Of course, after fusing, they could also be separated. It was all up to one's own will. Of course, after fusing, no one would separate them unless there was a special need. Sky spiritual energy was agile like a clear air rising, while earth elemental energy was steady like a turbid air descending. Between the two, one was light and the other heavy, clear, and turbid. They were like fire and water, difficult to merge. The more Chunzong cultivated to the fourth level, the more profound and transformative Shenzong felt. Intermediate mortal physique had a better effect on the cultivation of the fourth level of heaven and earth elemental energy. A message was transmitted into the eternal heaven and earth token, but Shenzong did not notice it. At this moment, he was fully focused on eliminating all distracting thoughts and cultivating diligently. The black earth elemental energy transformed into a black earth dragon, while the white sky spiritual energy transformed into a white sky dragon. The two dragons quickly circled around Shenzong, sticking close to Shenzong's body. In the fourth stage, in the process of fusing heavenly spiritual energy and earth elemental energy, it would first raise the level and power of the two types of energy. Only after reaching the peak would it begin to fuse them. And the sign of reaching the peak was to transform into a dragon. The twin dragons of heaven and earth. The twin dragons of heaven and earth, black and white, wound around him and kept sweeping. The moment they came into contact with each other, it was as if they had turned into natural enemies. An amazing power burst out, causing Shenzong's body to tremble and his chi and blood to surge. It was difficult to fuse. They were like natural enemies, like water and fire clashing against each other. The higher one's physique was, the easier it would be to cultivate the fourth level of the heaven and earth art. If one had an inferior mortal physique, it would be very difficult to cultivate it. Who knew how much time it would take? If it was an intermediate mortal physique, it would be easier than a low mortal physique, but it would still be difficult. Only when one had an advanced mortal physique would it be relatively easier, but only relatively. Of course, if one had a spirit physique, even an inferior spirit physique, one could easily cultivate the fourth level of the heaven and earth art. Shenzong could not help but think of the painting of the 24 dragons and snakes. The mysteries contained in it might not be as profound as the fourth level of the heaven and earth art, but it was more basic and easier to comprehend. Dragons and snakes intertwined, and yin and yang merged. Using the painting of the 24 dragons and snakes to deduce the Tao of yin and yang merged, and then extended to the chi of heaven and earth. Vaguely, Shenzong saw through the deepest mysteries of the fourth level of the heaven and earth art and grasped its essence. The twin dragons of heaven and earth, black and white, suddenly flew up and down, and then changed directions one after another, clashing against each other. With Shenzong's dantian as the center, the black dragon's head went up, as if it was going to break through the sky, while the white dragon's head went down, as if it was going to pierce through the earth. Collision. It was an earth-shattering collision, and an extremely terrifying shock wave spread out in all directions, turning into intertwined halos of black and white, one after another, like raging waves, destroying everything. Shenzong seemed to have been blasted into pieces by the collision of these forces. However, the explosion was not the end, but the beginning. At the very center of the explosion, a spot of light suddenly appeared. It looked like both black and white, and seemed to be constantly alternating between black and white. Finally, it settled into a kind of light that was neither black nor white, as if it had been dyed white, and also as if it had been diluted black. The halo that it emitted was full of flawless. It looked as if it was a diamond star, magnificent and enchanting and magnificent. However, one could not be fooled by its appearance. The power contained in this new power was astonishing and was obviously several times more terrifying than pure heavenly spiritual energy or earth elemental energy. Heaven and earth elemental energy. This was the brand new power that could only be cultivated at the fourth level of heaven and earth elemental energy. The appearance of this bit of heaven and earth elemental energy meant that Shenzong's cultivation of the fourth level of heaven and earth elemental energy was on the right track. Next, he would slowly polish and merge them until his heavenly spiritual energy and earth elemental energy were completely merged and turned into heaven and earth elemental energy. Then, it would mean that his cultivation of the fourth level had reached perfection. Heaven and earth elemental energy was indeed an extremely shocking cultivation method. For example, although his Genesis sword energy technique had different levels of proficiency, it did not have an obvious impact on one's strength. The first 3 levels of heaven and earth elemental energy were the foundation, and the 4th level was like a separate cultivation method, with obvious levels. As for the 5th level, it was even more unfathomable. Shenzong had not come into contact with it, so he was not clear. However, for now, the 4th level was enough for him to cultivate for a long time. Moreover, the higher the level of the heaven and earth elemental energy, the better the effect of cultivation and the faster the speed. If he was a king-level genius with a spiritual body, he would be able to cultivate the 4th level of heaven and earth elemental energy in less than a year. Circulating and condensing, that bit of heaven and earth elemental energy grew continuously, but the speed was very slow. After cultivating for half a day, Chunzong felt a little tired. After all, merging 2 types of energy was very taxing on one's mind and consciousness. It's only half. Chunzong could not help but frown slightly. After spending half a day, he had only managed to merge half of the energy. There was still 95% that had not yet been condensed. Moreover, this kind of condensation would become more and more difficult as he progressed. Therefore, it was still unknown how much time he would need to fully condense all the energy in his body. Circulating, that half of heaven and earth elemental energy was instantly stimulated and condensed on his finger. Chunzong could feel the terrifying power contained within. It was at least 3 times more than the earth elemental energy of the 4th level of heaven and earth elemental energy. Chunzong did not know that most people who cultivated the 4th level of heaven and earth elemental energy for the first time would only cultivate their heavenly spiritual energy and earth elemental energy and strive to improve them to the extreme. Only a small number of people could truly merge the 2 types of energy, and those who could achieve half of it on their first try were also very few. Although Chunzong did not have an advantage in terms of physique, in terms of perception, he was unique. He had completely comprehended the 4th level of heaven and earth elemental energy, which was far superior to his peers. Superb perception also brought about a kind of enhancement, which was not inferior to the enhancement of physique. After cultivating for the first time, Chunzong had consumed a lot of his consciousness and needed to recover. After recovering, he did not rush to cultivate. Instead, he checked the information in the eternal heaven and earth writ. This information was a notice, informing him that his genius rank had increased to the intermediate level, and that he could move to the intermediate level genius warriors area to live. The intermediate level area was better than the lower level area. However, the residence was not a 2-story pavilion, but the area was larger. Moreover, the surrounding heaven and earth elemental energy was about 50% richer, which was more conducive to the cultivation of heaven and earth elemental energy. In addition, every intermediate level genius had the opportunity to choose a basic martial art for free. Chunzong immediately chose. The addition of an intermediate level genius had little impact on the eternal battle fort. After all, there had been too many of them over the years. Even the upper level geniuses would not attract much attention. Only the king-level geniuses would really attract a lot of attention. Therefore, Chunzong entered the intermediate-level area and lived there, and no one cared. Unfortunately, Yangguan seemed to still be in seclusion, or perhaps he had returned to his own world. The formation of the pavilion was still open, but there was no response. There were not many basic martial arts of the heaven and earth elemental energy. They were only divided into offensive martial arts and movement martial arts. There were 2 types of offensive martial arts. One was the Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes, and the other was the Earth Elemental Strike. Although they were only 2 types of offensive martial arts, they had unfathomable profoundness. They were astonishing and could be comprehended again and again. In a world like the spiritual martial sacred world, they were definitely the top martial arts in the world. In addition to the 2 offensive basic martial arts, there were 2 basic movement martial arts, Heavenly Spirit Illusion and Earth Elemental Strike. It was compatible with heavenly spirit energy. Heavenly spirit illusion was agile and flexible. It was compatible with earth elemental energy. Earth elemental strike was powerful and vigorous. Chunzong had obtained the heavenly spirit 9 strikes and earth elemental strike after challenging the heaven and earth elemental strike. Now, there were only heavenly spirit illusion and earth elemental strike left, and he could choose one for free. Without much hesitation, Chunzong chose heavenly spirit illusion. As for earth elemental strike, he would wait until he had enough battle records to exchange for it. That's right, Chunzong's thoughts were very direct, and that was to grasp all 4 foundational martial arts and cultivate them to perfection. His intuition told him that there would only be benefits and there would not be any disadvantages. Anyway, a basic martial art only required 1,000 battle records, which was not a lot. Chunzong believed that as long as he fought a few more times in the ethereal world, he would be able to gather 1,000 battle records in exchange for Earth Elemental Strike. Now, he had to comprehend and cultivate Earth Elemental Strike and Heavenly Spirit Illusion. As for the Shura sect of the Tianyuan Sacred Region in the Taishan world, there was still his Shura avatar, as well as a group of 6, 5, and 4-star experts. Unless it was a 7-star expert or above, they would be safe and sound. As far as he knew, the strongest person in the world around Tai Luo City was only 5-star. Although he could travel back and forth between his own world and the Eternal Battle Fort, unless it was necessary, Chunzong planned to stay here and cultivate until he reached a certain level before returning to his own world to raise the level of his body. Opportunity. Chapter 1744. Second update. Within the mirage, Chunzong once again joined the battle. This was a small valley. The ground was black, and so were the stones. Everything was black as far as the eye could see. The sky above was filled with white clouds, and the black and white were very distinct. Chunzong stood in the middle of the valley. In front of him was a young man with a pair of cudgel in his hands. His expression was grave and stern. This was his first opponent, a level 1 warrior. Kill! A low roar suddenly sounded like a sudden clap of thunder. The young man's figure was vigorous, and he rushed out like a black cheetah. In the blink of an eye, he crossed 100 meters. He swung his cudgel and struck down ferociously. The air was shattered, as if he wanted to completely shatter Chunzong's body. Chunzong did not move, as if he was scared stiff. He allowed his opponent to close in and strike down with his cudgel. A rumbling sound swept out. The sound became sharp and elongated. It pierced into one's eardrums, as if it wanted to pierce through them. In the next breath, Chunzong's body would be shattered. From a young man's cold and handsome face, his eyes were suffused with a cold, murderous intent. Battles within the mirage were always fought to the death. There was no mercy. This was because the battles here were between the heavens' prides from thousands of worlds. It was the most direct and the cruelest. It was like an army of thousands of men and horses charging across a single plank bridge. There was no room for hesitation. In this place, there was no such thing as taking a step back would mean missing the opportunity. Strive for the top. Go against the current. Give everything you have. Chunzong did not move. It was not because he was scared stiff, but because the young man's strength was nothing to him now. There was no need for him to react. At that moment, the pair of cudgels struck down with the vigorous force of earth elemental energy. A white sword light and agile to the extreme, flashed past like a white steed flashing across a gap. He drew his sword and sheathed it. The white sword light continued to move forward and intertwine with that person. It swept across the sky, leaving behind a faint trace before it dissipated. The young man with the pair of cudgel had a dark and gloomy expression in his eyes. Why was the sword so fast? It was only an instant. He could not react at all and was immediately killed. The dozen or so spectators were astonished. Chunzong had barely used up any of his strength with that one strike. He had easily killed his opponent. Compared to his first battle in the virtual realm, this was many times better. The second battle began. His opponent was also a first-stage warrior. Some of them were newbies, while some were from the previous batch. However, as long as they were still at the level of first stage warrior, they would at most have mastered a basic martial art. It could be an offensive martial art or a footwork martial art. This was nothing to Chunzong, who had mastered 3 basic martial arts to the perfection realm and cultivated heaven and earth divine art to the 4th level. Compared to these people, Chunzong's progress was undoubtedly more advanced. 2nd battle, victory. 3rd battle, victory. 4th battle, victory. 5th battle, victory. By the time Chunzong won 5 matches in a row, the number of spectators had already exceeded 100, and the number was still increasing. When these people checked Chunzong's information, they were all astonished. This was because Chunzong's information was very ordinary at the beginning. He was simply at the bottom of the low level. However, the information also showed that Chunzong had changed from low level to middle level. This meant that he had already passed the first 3 levels of the Heaven-Earth Battle Tower and entered the 4th level. From the information, there was no doubt that he was a newbie. He had only been here for a few months, but he had already achieved such a result. This was naturally shocking. 6th battle, victory. 7th battle, victory. Just like that, Chunzong won 7 matches in a row again and obtained 280 battle points. Together with his original 500 battle points, his battle points exceeded 800 and were close to 1,000. Currently, the highest winning streak in the virtual realm for the Warriors of Heaven and Earth was 98 consecutive victories, which was very shocking. There were also many people who had achieved 90 consecutive victories. However, that was the result of countless years of accumulation in the Eternal Battle Fort. Even on a small scale, it was quite shocking to achieve 7 consecutive victories. In the 8th battle, the opponent was a 2nd stage warrior. He was skilled in martial arts, but he was still killed by Chunzong in 3 moves. 8 consecutive victories broke his own record. He instantly obtained 80 battle points and was close to 900. 2 more battles. As long as he maintained his winning streak and won 2 more battles, Chunzong could obtain more than 1,000 battle points and raise his warrior to 2nd stage. If he were to reach the 2nd stage of the warrior realm, then his battle achievements would increase. Therefore, the higher the rank of the warrior, the easier it was to obtain battle points. However, raising one's rank was not difficult on the surface as long as one had enough battle points. In reality, it was very difficult because the rules of the virtual realm would not allow one to raise their rank so easily. 9th battle, Chunzong won again. He had accumulated more than 900 battle points and was close to 1,000. 10th battle, he only needed to win 1 more battle in a row to break through 1,000 battle points. Even if he lost this battle, he could still break through 1,000 battle points after 1 or 2 more battles and raise his warrior's rank. To a certain extent, this was a battle to raise one's rank, so it was even more difficult. Under normal circumstances, the rules of the virtual realm would not arrange opponents who were higher than one's rank. For example, Chunzong was a 1st stage warrior, and his opponents were usually a 1st stage warrior. In rare cases, a 2nd stage warrior would appear. As for Xiao Zheng, who was a 6th stage warrior, it was completely out of luck. The probability was very small. However, in a battle to raise one's rank, one would meet an opponent who was at least 2 ranks higher than oneself. For example, Chunzong was a 1st stage warrior. In this battle, his opponent would be at least a 3rd stage warrior. It could also be a 4th stage warrior or even higher. If he was lucky, his opponent would be a 3rd stage warrior. If he was unlucky, his opponent would be higher than a 3rd stage warrior. After all, the higher one's rank was, the more battles one had experienced, the more experience one had, and the more martial arts one had learned. Without a doubt, one's strength would be greater. The surroundings changed and turned into a black arena. Chunzong suddenly felt that the arena was filled with a hazy black halo. In an instant, an invisible force appeared. It was as if it was pulling him down, causing his entire body to become heavy. Chunzong was secretly shocked. This arena looked ordinary, but there was actually something special about it. The gravity was extraordinary. Chunzong could feel that his body had become much heavier, about twice as heavy. A door appeared. Dong! A thick leg that was like an elephant's leg stepped out, causing the arena to tremble slightly. Under Chunzong's gaze, a huge body stepped out of the door and appeared on the arena. Its height was over 2 meters, and its width was also close to 2 meters. It was like a mountain of flesh, extremely frightening. Just by standing in front of him, Chunzong could feel an astonishing pressure spreading out from his opponent's body, as if it was suppressing the surroundings. The right arm of this mountain of flesh held an octagonal hammer that was over 1 meter long. It was pitch black with faint traces of white patterns revolving around it. It was emitting an astonishing aura. Combat weapon. Low-grade combat weapon. Level 4 warrior. What bad luck. There were already close to 200 spectators. When they saw the information of this mountain of flesh, they all exclaimed in surprise. A level 4 warrior was actually nothing in the mirage. However, Chunzong was only a level 1 warrior. His opponent in the ranking battle was 3 levels higher than him. His luck was not good. Moreover, this mountain of flesh looked very difficult to deal with. You're so small. Can you block one of my hammers? The mountain of flesh opened his mouth. His voice was like the ringing of a large bell, shaking the surroundings. The air seemed to explode as countless waves rushed out. The meter-long octagonal hammer was swung up. The heavy hammer in the hands of the mountain of flesh looked very light, as if it was going to roll up a storm. The whistling sound it made was extremely frightening. Chunzong's expression was solemn. His intuition told him that this person was a strong opponent and would not be easy to deal with. This battle would not be easy. Dong! The mountain of flesh took a step forward. When his thick legs landed, the entire arena shook slightly. It was as if the gravity did not affect him at all. Take my hammer. His small eyes narrowed, emitting a cold light. He grinned, revealing his white teeth, which emitted a cold light. As soon as he finished speaking, the mountain of flesh suddenly rushed forward. Then he suddenly jumped up. His huge body jumped high into the air like a meteor. The shocking pressure in the air made Chunzong feel suffocated. Boom! The giant hammer suddenly fell. It was as if the sky was collapsing. Chunzong felt that he could not resist and would be smashed into pieces in an instant. His opponent used earth elemental energy. Moreover, it was earth elemental energy that had reached the 4th level of heaven and earth elemental art. It was even more powerful and domineering. This attack was the earth elemental strike, a basic martial art of perfection. The earth elemental strike was executed with earth elemental energy of the 4th level of heaven and earth elemental art. Coupled with the amazing strength of the mountain of flesh and the enhancement of the weapon, its power was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could shatter mountains and collapse the earth. The shocking pressure shrouded the entire arena. While Chunzong was suffocating, he felt that the gravity in the arena seemed to have increased. It was crazily pulling on his body, making it difficult for him to move. The spectators were all astonished. The power of this attack was truly terrifying. They could all clearly feel it. Even those who were also at stage 4 of the war soldiers might not be able to withstand it. Chunzong's expression was solemn, but he did not show any fear. On the contrary, his eyes were calm, like the water in an ancient well, without any ripples. With his sharp senses, Chunzong could feel the terrifying power contained in his opponent's attack. If he were to face it head-on, he would not be able to withstand it unless he used the heaven and earth elemental gang. However, for now, Chunzong did not want to expose the heaven and earth elemental gang and let others know. The heavenly spiritual energy and earth elemental energy of the 4th level of heaven and earth elemental gang were enough. Chunzong still had not changed his mindset. He still maintained the mindset of the Tianyuan sacred region. He hid some of his abilities and did not want others to see through him. At least, he did not want to expose them in advance. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy of the 4th level of heaven was activated. The basic movement technique, heavenly spirit illusion, was also executed. After a period of cultivation, Chunzong had already cultivated the heavenly spirit illusion to the perfection realm. In the blink of an eye, Zong seemed to have broken free from all gravity and suppression. His body became extremely light, bringing with it layers of white clouds. It was full of mysterious changes. In the blink of an eye, he broke free from all restraints and escaped from his opponent's terrifying hammer. Boom! Chapter 1745. Third update. The arena under double gravity seemed to have lost its effect on Zong. His heavenly spirit illusion, which was at the perfection stage, was used to the extreme. His body became extremely light, erratic, and unpredictable. His body seemed to have turned into a cloud of mist, constantly changing and drifting. Rasen's small eyes squinted slightly, emitting a cold light. He raised his big hammer, and his entire body seemed to have turned into a black, destructive storm, sweeping in all directions and roaring crazily. In the blink of an eye, the entire arena was filled with a shocking black storm, spreading in all directions. There was nowhere to hide. Under such circumstances, Zong's heavenly spirit illusion was also affected, and the cloud of mist was about to dissipate. However, Zong's attainment in body movement was superb, and the fourth level of heaven and earth divine art was also amazing. His application of his own strength was also superb. Together with the heavenly spirit 9 strikes, he instantly tore apart the black storm and approached his opponent. A sword shot down from the sky. The sword light was pitch black, powerful, and domineering. It seemed to have condensed a mountain in it, crushing and cutting through everything. Earth Elemental Strike. The Earth Elemental Strike, which was at the perfection stage, was performed with the earth elemental energy of the 4th level of Heaven and Earth Elemental Strike. Its power was extremely strong, and it had the sharpness of a sword. The Earth Elemental Strike, performed by Rasen's octagonal hammer, had the violent and domineering power of a hammer. Rasen's body seemed to be huge, but his reaction was very fast. In an instant, he swung his octagonal hammer towards Zong. Earth Elemental Strike. Because of his body size, his strength was extremely strong, and he attacked without hesitation. He was full of confidence that he could suppress his opponent and even defeat him with one attack. Unexpectedly, when the 2 Earth Elemental Strikes were about to collide, the attack in the sky suddenly became illusory. White replaced black, and the Earth Elemental Strike became the Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes. In an instant, 9 sword strikes, 81 strikes, and hundreds of changes. Every sword light was like silk circling around. It was not a head-on collision, but a soft one. The sword chi was like silk, and in an instant, it entangled the opponent's fierce and violent attack. It was as if the opponent was trapped in a swamp. Even if he had extremely strong strength, he could not really exert it. It was very unpleasant. Open! Roshan let out a thunderous roar. His voice was so loud that it sounded like a landslide. He lifted up his thick and solid thigh. Countless rays of black light surged out. Earth elemental energy flowed into his thigh. Finally, the elemental energy condensed on his broad and thick sole. Bang! He stomped his foot heavily on the arena. In an instant, it was as if a celestial being had stomped on the ground. A terrifying rumble that shook the heavens and earth was heard. The entire arena trembled violently in an instant. Circles of black ripples surged out from Roshan's foot like a raging tide. The ripples were like raging waves that swept out crazily from Roshan's foot. Earth Origin Stomp. Boundless energy swept out endlessly, covering the entire arena and shaking the surroundings. The Earth Elemental Stomp was one of the 4 great fundamental martial arts of the Heaven and Earth lineage. It was a movement technique, while the Heavenly Spirit Illusion was actually a movement technique. The Heavenly Spirit Illusion was light and nimble, changing constantly like clouds and mist. On the other hand, the Earthly Origin Stomp was the opposite. It didn't have any changes, not even the slightest bit. It only had an extremely pure power. It was not completely accurate to say that the Earthly Origin Stomp was a footwork technique. Other than being a footwork technique, it also had the effect of affecting the surroundings. When his foot landed, The power swept out like crazy waves, affecting everything in the surroundings. If there were any sand or stones, they would be crushed into powder in an instant. At the same time, a strong force surged up, causing Roshan's arm to be infused with even more strength. He suddenly swung his arm upwards, breaking free from the entanglement of the sword chi. He fiercely attacked Chunzong. It was earth-shattering. Shattered. In just an instant, Chunzong's figure was shattered. However, it was only an afterimage. Under the heavenly spirit illusion, the clouds and mist drifted and spread out. Chunzong appeared behind Roshan and attacked with his sword. The sword light was pitch black, like a black meteor shooting down from the sky, bursting out with an extremely shocking power. It was completely unexpected. Roshan's reaction speed was also very fast, but he still could not catch up. After all, he had used all his strength to attack just now, and he did not have time to recover. This sword attack was unstoppable. The sharpness of the low-grade weapon longsword and Chunzong's full strength was used in this attack. The power of the earthly origin stomp was completely unleashed. Different people who practiced the same martial arts would often have different effects. This sword attack seemed to be able to penetrate the earth, piercing directly into Roshan's huge body. Chunzong could feel heavy resistance when a long sword attacked. Not only was Roshan's body huge, but it was also very shocking. However, under this attack, he still could not resist. The tip of the sword went straight into Roshan's body, and the heavy and vigorous sword chi exploded in his body, wreaking havoc. Killed with one sword attack, Roshan's small eyes widened, and he stared at Chunzong, full of unwillingness. 100 battle records instantly became Chunzong's. Chunzong's battle record broke through 1,000 in an instant, approaching 1,100. Warrior Chunzong's rank has increased. A voice rang out in the arena. Then a second voice rang out, with a kind of grandeur, as if it was going to spread throughout the entire virtual realm. Warrior Chunzong has obtained 10 consecutive victories. 10 consecutive victories. Another person has obtained 10 consecutive victories. Chunzong, who is this? Many warriors in the virtual realm received the news, and they were all surprised. If one obtained 10 consecutive victories, 20 consecutive victories, 30 consecutive victories, and so on in the virtual realm, they would be notified. Although they would not receive any substantial benefits, it would promote their reputation and indirectly attract the attention of the high-level experts. If they were noticed by some experts, they might be able to receive some benefits, such as being guided or taken in as a disciple, and so on. All in all, reputation was very important in the eternal battle fort. I've finally advanced to the second stage of the warrior realm. Chunzong smiled, but he did not care about the announcement. This was also because he had been in the Lingwu holy world for a long time. Next, if I were to win another match, the battle record I would obtain wouldn't be 110 points, but 120. After all, the starting point of the second stage was better than the first stage. However, Chunzong did not plan to continue fighting. He wanted to maintain his 10 consecutive victories and then improve himself. The 10 consecutive battles not only brought him more than 500 battle records, but also increased the rank of his warrior realm and enriched his battle experience. Chunzong did not know that because of him, many warriors in the virtual realm had noticed and remembered the name Chunzong. Because of this, some people curiously looked up Chunzong's information, and the results were quite shocking. After Chunzong exited the virtual realm, he exchanged for the Earth Origin Step, a foundational martial technique. In this way, he had obtained all 4 foundational martial techniques of the Heaven and Earth Origin sect. Currently, the 9 Heavenly Spirit Strikes, Earth Origin Strike, and Heavenly Spirit Illusion had all been cultivated to perfection. He had just obtained the Earth Origin Step, so he needed to cultivate it. In addition, he was cultivating the 4th stage of the Heaven and Earth Origin sect, which allowed him to merge more Heavenly Spirit Force and Earth Origin sect into the Heaven and Earth Origin sect. In the previous battle, his opponent was indeed very strong, but Chunzong did not use his full strength. At least, he did not use the Heaven and Earth Origin sect. Now, he would cultivate the earth origin step and strive to cultivate it to perfection in a short time. After that, he would be able to enter the virtual realm again by cultivating the fourth stage of the heaven and earth origin sect. Or he could wait for the opportunity next month to continue challenging the heaven and earth origin sect and see if he could pass the fifth level. If he could pass the fifth level, he would first be rewarded with 20,000 battle records, and then there would be additional rewards. Presumably, the reward for passing the fifth level would not be a foundational reward, but something of a higher level. At the very least, it would be at the level of a mid-grade heaven and earth stealing pill. The feeling of constantly improving oneself was wonderful, and Chunzong was immersed in it. In the pavilion, Chunzong began cultivating the earth origin step. The earth origin step was very straightforward. There was only one step, or rather, all the essence of the earth origin step was condensed in one step. The heavenly spirit illusion was flexible and changeable, like clouds and mist that were unpredictable. The essence of the earth origin step was in one step. Once the step was taken, the earth origin sect would vibrate and impact. Not only would it make the ground shake, but it would also make it difficult for one to stand and affect one's balance. It would also make one's body explode in an instant and unleash an even more violent attack. On the first floor of the pavilion, Chunzong took a step forward. Black earth origin sect filled the air, and when he stepped on the ground, a low rumble could be heard. However, the ripples that spread out were not uniform at all. This meant that Chunzong did not use the essence of the earth origin step. He continued cultivating, again and again, over and over again, never stopping. The feeling of constantly improving was wonderful, and Chunzong was immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. You actually achieved 10 consecutive victories. Not bad. A cold voice sounded. This person was one of the 3 people who had gathered with the Bright General's team. She was the Palace Master of the Heaven Execution Palace, the manager of the Void Dimension. Because of the Bright Generals, she had also noticed Chunzong. Of course, she had only noticed him, and it was just a small matter, an insignificant person. She did not expect that not long after, she would hear the news of his 10 consecutive victories. She was somewhat distracted and paid attention to him. Soon after, she ordered her subordinates to follow up. I wonder if you can bring me some unexpected surprises. The cold voice seemed to be talking to herself, and then fell silent. Unless he was a king-level genius, he was not worth paying attention to. Of course, if he could achieve 30 consecutive victories, he would be worth paying more attention to. However, the difficulty of 30 consecutive victories was far greater than 10 consecutive victories. If he was unlucky and met an extremely powerful opponent, he would be defeated immediately and his winning streak would be terminated. Xiao Zheng, who had defeated Chunzong before, was not weak, but the highest he had achieved was 13 consecutive victories. Earth Elemental Stomp. Chunzong raised his foot, and endless black light flowed into the sole of his foot, bursting out with an astonishing power. It was forceful and heavy, as if a mountain was falling from the sky. Bang! This foot directly trampled on the floor of the pavilion, and in an instant, countless black ripples turned into violent waves that swept out continuously. The entire pavilion shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. On the ground, with Chunzong's foot as the center, fine cracks seemed to have appeared and quickly spread out in all directions. As Chunzong raised his foot, the cracks disappeared in an instant. The ground returned to normal, and the pavilion stopped shaking. The pavilion and the ground were built with special materials. Even if Chunzong's strength was 10 times stronger, he would not be able to truly destroy it. Chapter 1746. Fourth update. Chunzong entered the ethereal realm again, not to challenge, but to fight. The 4 fundamental techniques of the heaven and earth lineage had all been cultivated to perfection, and the fusion of the heaven and earth lineage had reached 10%. The fusion of the heaven and earth lineage became more and more difficult as one progressed. Chunzong's fusion speed was relatively fast. Although his body constitution was only at the intermediate mortal physique, his high comprehension ability and strong will were enough to make up for it. It was necessary for both cultivation and battle. There was still some time before the next challenge of the Heaven-Earth Battle Tower, so Chunzong naturally wanted to fight in the ethereal realm. He wanted to train himself and accumulate battle records. In the Eternal Battle Fort, battle records were the best currency. The more, the better. Chunzong still had 10 consecutive victories. This was the 11th battle. A second-stage warrior. His opponent was also a second-stage warrior. Fight! After dodging a few times, Chunzong figured out his opponent's attack pattern. He unsheathed his sword and killed his opponent. His own problem was that his consciousness was stronger than his body, which caused his consciousness to be restricted and uncoordinated. However, when Chunzong's physique was upgraded to the intermediate mortal physique, part of this restriction was lifted. And when Chunzong continued to cultivate in the Heaven and Earth lineage's basic martial arts room, the restriction was lifted further. Although it was not completely lifted, the advantage of his consciousness could be further displayed. Every time a restriction was removed, the effect on his body was very obvious. Victory! 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 Chunzong continued to win, reaching 15 consecutive victories. When Chunzong joined the battle, there were dozens of spectators. Now, there were close to 200 spectators. He's Chunzong, the one who won 10 consecutive victories not long ago. Why is his evaluation so low? Maybe he's a late bloomer. After another 5 consecutive victories, Chunzong's battle record was more than 700 points. He was even closer to 1,000 points. 6 consecutive victories. Chunzong's battle record was close to 900 points. The next battle should be the rank advancement battle, Chunzong thought. He was looking forward to it. In the battles in the virtual realm, one would often encounter strong opponents during the rank advancement battles. Similarly, one would also encounter strong opponents during the round number winning streak battles. Last time, Chunzong's 10 consecutive victories coincided with his rank advancement battle, which was why he had a 4th-stage warrior soldier as his opponent. Otherwise, his opponent would have been a 3rd-stage warrior soldier. This time, his opponent should be a 4th-stage warrior. Of course, if he was unlucky, he might encounter a 5th-stage or 6th-stage warrior. However, no matter what level his opponent was at, Chunzong was not afraid. On the contrary, he was looking forward to it. The appearance of his opponent was very normal. It was a woman who used a long whip, a 4th-stage warrior. The long whip danced like a dragon or a snake dancing, black and white intertwined. It was agile, light, and changeable. It also contained a terrifying power that seemed to be able to tear everything apart. Chunzong recognized that what his opponent had used was the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. Of course, the 9 heavenly spirit strikes, cultivated by different people, would have different characteristics after reaching perfection. This was a pretty good opponent. Chunzong did not use his full strength to defeat her. Instead, he observed her 9 heavenly spirit strikes. His sword Dao had always been the same. Other people's martial arts had their own uniqueness. It was worth observing and learning from, absorbing the essence and turning it into his own. He continuously used the heavenly spirit illusion, which made his movements extremely nimble. However, his opponent also used the heavenly spirit illusion at the same time. So that's how it is. After more than 10 moves, Chunzong relied on his sharp eyesight and high comprehension ability to see through the profoundness of his opponent's 9 heavenly spirit strikes and heavenly spirit illusion. He immediately counterattacked. This sword strike contained a myriad of changes. His opponent's expression suddenly changed. She felt that everything about her had been controlled by his opponent and had fallen into the ever-changing sword light. Even all the changes of her 9 heavenly spirit strikes were also included and affected by it. She could neither block nor dodge it. In an instant, the ever-changing sword light seemed to condense into one and swept through the air. Kill. 17 consecutive victories. 3rd-stage warrior soldier. When one's rank increased, there would be a small-scale announcement, which was limited to the current battle environment. Only when one's winning streak increased would there be a large-scale announcement and be known by more people. When one reached the third stage of the warrior-soldier realm, the battle record obtained in each battle would increase by 10 points. Chunzong did not hesitate at all and immediately entered the next battle. Goal: 20 consecutive victories. This was a challenge to himself. Chunzong was looking forward to it. How strong would the opponent for his 20th consecutive victory be? According to the rules of the Mirage, if he obtained 19 consecutive victories, his next opponent would be at least a 5th-stage warrior soldier. Then, he would first obtain 18 and 19 consecutive victories. Fight! His opponent was a 3rd-stage warrior soldier. His strength was not bad, but he was not Chunzong's opponent. 18 consecutive victories. Then, it was 19 consecutive victories. His opponent was also a 3rd-stage warrior soldier. He was also defeated by Chunzong. Everyone was looking forward to the next battle. It's already 19 consecutive victories. I wonder if he can obtain 20 consecutive victories? One of the several hundred spectators said in a low voice. Although the record said that the highest winning streak was 98, and there were many people who obtained 99 consecutive victories, that was the accumulation of countless years. In fact, as long as he obtained 10 consecutive victories, it would be quite shocking. Otherwise, the Mirage would not have made such a large-scale announcement. I wonder who his opponent will be. Everyone was curious and looking forward to it. Chunzong was also looking forward to it. Who would his opponent be? A 5th-stage warrior soldier? Or even higher? Then, the black and white door opened. After 3 breaths, a figure stepped out. The moment he saw the other person, Chunzong was slightly startled. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Xiao Zheng, the opponent he would be facing this time to obtain 20 consecutive victories, was actually the person who defeated him last time. Xiao Zheng. Last time, he was defeated by his opponent's sword. This time, he would defeat his opponent. Xiao Zheng's warrior soldier rank was still at 6th stage. It would not be easy for him to break through to 7th stage. However, his winning streak had increased from 13 to 15, which was quite an improvement. Xiao Zheng stepped out of the door and looked at Chunzong. He felt that his opponent was a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he could not remember where. After all, he had experienced many battles in the Mirage and seen many faces. It was normal for him to have some impression of them. No matter who his opponent was, he would face them head-on. Chunzong did not speak. Xiao Zheng did not speak either. Their gazes met in midair, and astonishing sharpness burst forth. It was as if the edges of swords were clashing. Chunzong practiced swordsmanship, and so did Xiao Zheng. In an instant, the two of them moved at the same time. They both performed the heavenly spirit illusion and approached each other. Their long swords were unsheathed, and sword light tore through the air. It was the heavenly spirit 9 strikes. Chunzong's heavenly spirit 9 strikes was ever-changing and contained endless mysteries. It also had the sharpness of a sword. On the other hand, Xiao Zheng's heavenly spirit 9 strikes was like a prison that sealed off the surroundings and penetrated everything. Even if it was the heavenly spirit illusion movement technique, both of them had their own unique characteristics. In just a few seconds, the two of them had exchanged countless blows. This made Xiao Zheng feel very surprised. His opponent was only a 3rd-stage warrior. Although one's rank did not represent one's absolute strength, there was still a strong relationship between one's rank and one's strength. His sword came out, one strike after another. The swords were linked together, and they continuously attacked his opponent. Each strike contained some variation. When the trajectories of each strike were combined, they just happened to cover the surroundings. It was as if they had sealed off the space around his opponent and constantly reduced the area that his opponent could dodge. In the end, when his opponent had nowhere to dodge, Chunzong attacked and decided the outcome of the battle. At this moment, his opponent was slowly being trapped in his sword light cage, and his area of movement was constantly being reduced. As Chunzong attacked with his sword, he carefully experienced the mysteries of Xiao Zheng's heavenly spirit 9 strikes. This was the most powerful person he had encountered in the virtual realm. Moreover, this person was a swordsman. The swordsmanship evolved from the Heavenly Spirit Nine Strikes was extremely superb and astonishing. The sword light seemed to be weaving a net, trapping the target like a fly. Chunzong did not resist. Instead, he followed the momentum of his opponent's sword and was constantly being compressed. In an instant, Chunzong felt that the sword light from all directions was oppressing him. It exploded with an astonishing power, as if it had sealed off the void and made it difficult for him to move. Xiao Zhang's eyes emitted an endless cold light. It was extremely sharp, as if it could pierce through everything. His heavenly spirit force was pushed to the extreme, and he suddenly stabbed out with his sword. In an instant, the white sword light turned from thin to majestic and mighty. Boom! It was as if the sealed and frozen void was violently shattered. The sword light released an earth-shattering and terrifying power, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Kill! Chunzong's hair stood on end. He only felt that under this sword, he would be completely crushed and turned into powder. The Heavenly Spirit Nine Strikes could explode with such terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong thought of two ways to break the spell. One was to use the Heaven and Earth's true gang to break it with brute force. The other was to incorporate techniques. Chunzong chose the second method. Earth Elemental Stomp. He lifted his foot and stomped it down. Earth Elemental energy surged, bombarding and trampling the ground of the arena. The roar was like the beating of a drum. An astonishing force spread out in all directions, turning into black waves that swept across the entire arena. The arena shook, and Xiao Zhang's body was also slightly affected. At the same time, a powerful force exploded. Chunzong swung his sword. The sealing force was broken in an instant. Chunzong was like a fish breaking through ice. He executed the Heavenly Spirit illusion to the extreme, narrowly avoiding Xiao Zhang's fatal sword. He quickly approached and broke through the air with his sword. It was ever-changing and impossible to guard against. Xiao Zhang's expression suddenly changed. He never thought that a third-phase fighter would be able to break through his fatal sword move. Moreover, he was able to execute such a brilliant and exquisite Heavenly Spirit Nine Strikes. To Xiao Zhang's horror, he discovered that the incoming sword light contained countless variations. It seemed to include all of his dodging reactions within it, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Moreover, he had just executed a fatal sword move, and his strength had not yet recovered. Was he going to be killed by his opponent's sword? The spectators' hearts were all in their mouths. They all held their breaths and stared. This battle was related to whether Chunzong could achieve 20 consecutive victories. If he won, it would be 20 consecutive victories. If he lost, no one knew when he would be able to achieve 20 consecutive victories again. In the blink of an eye, all of the surprise on Xiao Zhang's face disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. Chapter 1747. Fifth update. Thank you for subscribing and voting. Please pay attention to the public account. 6 Paths of Oblivion. Heaven and Earth True Shield. Xiao Zhang's sword slashed out as if it could wipe out 1,000 armies. As a 6th-stage fighter, he could be considered an experienced fighter. Xiao Zhang had many battle achievements. At the same time, he had already passed the 4th floor of the battle tower in exchange for the 4th level of Heaven and Earth execution. Moreover, he had also fused a portion of Heaven and Earth True Shield. Normally, he wouldn't use it. After all, once Heaven and Earth True Shield was used up, it was harder to recover than spiritual energy and Earth elemental energy. But now he had no choice but to use it. The power of Heaven and Earth True Shield was astonishing. Even though Chunzong's sword was ever-changing and infinitely profound, it couldn't block it. Strength conquers all techniques. The astonishing sword pressure came from all directions, making Chunzong's hair stand on end. When the spectators felt that the outcome of the battle was about to be decided, an extremely powerful aura erupted from Chunzong's body. It was heavy and light. Heaven and Earth True Shield. Xiao Zhang's expression was aghast. A 3rd-stage fighter, and from the looks of it, a 3rd-stage fighter not only cultivated the 4th level of Heaven and Earth execution, but also fused Heaven and Earth True Shield. Earth Elemental Stomp. Using Heaven and Earth True Shield to activate the Earth Elemental Stomp. An almost transparent black light trampled on the arena in an instant, turning into an astonishing wave that swept out. If the Earth Elemental Stomp executed with Earth Elemental energy was like a torrent, then the Earth Elemental Stomp executed with Heaven and Earth True Shield was like a flood that broke through a dam. It was several times more ferocious and terrifying. Under the ferocious impact of the torrential wave, the entire arena seemed to be on the verge of collapse. With Chunzong's foot as the center, countless cracks spread out like lightning, as if the arena was collapsing. But the arena was very tough. This kind of collapse was only a kind of visual and perceptual deception. Xiaojing only felt that the ground under his feet was shaking violently. An astonishing power crazily and wantonly attacked his feet, affecting his body and making it difficult for him to maintain his balance. At the same time, Chunzong struck out with his sword. Earth Elemental Strike. He abandoned the 9 heavenly spirit strikes that focused on transformation and replaced it with Earth Elemental Energy that focused on pure destructive power. Moreover, it was activated with Heaven and Earth True Shield. Like a hot knife through butter. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Zheng's sword light was shattered. Although Xiao Zheng had unleashed the Heaven and Earth aura, he did not use it to activate his martial arts. On the other hand, Chunzong used the Heaven and Earth aura to activate the Primordial Earth Strike. Its power was completely different. After being shaken by the Earth Essence Stomp and the Earth Essence Strike, Xiao Zheng was unable to dodge or defend himself. The sword slashed out, erupting with an extremely terrifying power. It instantly pierced through Xiao Zheng's chest, blasting open a fist-sized hole. Phase 3 warrior Chunzong has obtained 20 consecutive victories. A low and deep voice immediately sounded and entered the ears of many people, causing a new wave of shock and discussion. 20 consecutive victories. This Chunzong seems to have won 10 consecutive matches not long ago. He actually managed to obtain 20 consecutive victories in such a short period of time. How extraordinary! The Palace Master told me to pay attention to this person. He seems to have some ability. However, it's only 20 consecutive victories, which is not enough to alarm the Palace Master. Let's wait until he obtains 30 consecutive victories. The warrior who was told by the Palace Master to pay attention to Chunzong muttered to himself. After obtaining 20 consecutive victories, Chunzong did not participate in any more battles. Instead, he left the Mirage. Currently, he had 1,200 battle points, which was not much. He had already exchanged for the basic martial arts. He could not exchange for any more advanced martial arts. After all, a more powerful martial art would require at least 10,000 battle points to exchange for. As for a battle weapon, a mid-ranked battle weapon would require 10,000 battle points. 1,000 battle points would not be enough. As for a medicinal pellet, it would at least be a mid-rank sky, pilfering, earth-changing pellet. After thinking for a while, Chunzong decided to watch the basic martial arts explained by the powerful warriors. 1,000 battle points allowed him to watch one of the 4 basic martial arts, the 9 heavenly spirit strikes, performed by a powerful warrior named Ao Fa Ming. There were many people who practiced the basic martial arts, and the battle points required to exchange were different. 1,000 battle points were the most common, and some even had 100 battle points. The reason why Chunzong chose the most expensive one was because the 9 heavenly spirit strikes performed by this person ranked the highest and was the most valuable. Since he was going to buy, he would try to choose the best one. Ao Fa Ming. Chunzong felt that this name was very strange. At least in the Lingwu holy world, he had never heard of such a name. However, the name did not matter. The most important thing was the content. It was as if he had entered a dark void and suddenly lit up. A figure condensed in front of him out of thin air. It was a tall, middle-aged man with unusually broad shoulders. His skin was dark, and his face was solemn. His earlobes were thicker than ordinary people's. His eyes were extremely deep, as if they contained the profound mysteries of the universe. 9 heavenly spirit strikes. Watch carefully. The middle-aged man spoke. His voice was unusually deep and forceful. Once he spoke, it seemed to be able to shake the void. Immediately, his fingers shot out like a sword. Chunzong only felt that everything in front of him became blurry. Even time and space seemed to be affected. He could not see anything at all. The middle-aged man had already stopped and stood there. Chunzong was a loss. Was this the 9 heavenly spirit strikes? If it was just like this, he would not be able to see the difference in realm and cultivation at all. Wouldn't it be a waste of 1,000 battle points? In the next breath, he saw the man slowly raise his hand, put his fingers together, and hit forward. His movements became slow, and every movement and every trajectory was clearly presented. 81 moves of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. It was presented to the audience with a very clear trajectory and angle. In an instant, Chunzong was addicted and could not extricate himself. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes of the perfect realm was somewhat different from his own. Gradually, Chunzong felt that the 9 heavenly spirit strikes performed by the man had broken away from its original framework and become a whole of its own. Chunzong could not help but think of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes of his previous opponent, Xiaozheng. Xiaozheng used the sword light to create a cage, constantly sealing the surroundings and making people unable to move. In the end, the sword was able to settle the situation. He thought of his own 9 heavenly spirit strikes, which were ever-changing and difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. But when the sword chi intertwined with each other, it could also be extremely sharp. Vaguely, Chunzong felt something. It was an indescribable feeling, and it turned into a spiritual light imprinted in his heart. He watched it over and over again until the image disappeared. Chunzong still stood there motionless, as if he had become a statue. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Chunzong's eyelids trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to be white, like a sea of clouds. If one looked carefully, one could see that the sea of clouds was actually made up of countless white sword light and sword chi. Suddenly, Chunzong moved. He unsheathed his long sword, and the sword light shot out. It was like a cloud of mist, and it filled the surroundings. It contained 729 kinds of changes, and it kept changing and becoming endless. The surroundings were filled with white sword light. It was a vast expanse of white, as if it had turned into a cloud of sword light, covering the sky and the earth. As he waved his long sword, the sword light continued to spread and eventually filled the entire first floor of the pavilion. Chunzong had displayed the 9 heavenly spirit strikes of the perfect realm to the extreme. The next step was to surpass it. Only by surpassing it could it become a martial art that one could truly master. Xiaozheng had embarked on this path and was about to surpass it. This kind of surpassing could also be called the martial arts transformation realm. If Xiaozheng's 9 heavenly spirit strikes had reached the transformation realm, he might have lost that battle. The transcendent state martial arts would not only bring out the full potential of a martial art, but it would also infuse the cultivator's will into the martial art, making it the most suitable move for the cultivator. Swing the sword, swing the sword, swing the sword. More and more sword light appeared and became denser. Gradually, the sword light turned from a cloud of mist to a sea of clouds, suppressing all directions. Chunzong's figure seemed to be submerged and disappeared into the sea of clouds. Kill, kill, kill. In an instant, an extremely sharp sword light shone in the sea of clouds, like a shooting star chasing the moon, like a white steed flashing through a crack. There was no trace of change, only extreme speed and sharpness turned into the most terrifying killing intent. It was as if nothing in the world could block the sharpness of this sword light. The sword light pierced through the sea of clouds, as if it had torn them apart, and then disappeared into the sea of clouds. Chunzong stopped waving his sword, and the sea of sword light faded into nothingness. Chunzong stood in the pavilion, looking at the long, straight sword mark on the ground slowly dissipating, and smiled. The transformation realm. After watching the arcane Art Mingu's transformation realm of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes, he was inspired and took the step to cultivate the 9 heavenly spirit strikes to the transformation realm, and its power increased greatly. He believed that with the transformation realm of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes, he would be able to fight more battles in the Mirage and obtain more battle records. He should continue to improve his combat soldier rank. If he could reach the 9th stage of the combat soldier rank, even if it was just a single win, he would be able to obtain 90 battle records. If he could continue to win, then the battle records would be even more shocking. And when he reached the 9th stage of the combat soldier rank, he would have a chance to become a titled combat soldier. A titled combat soldier was an honor, and at the same time, a titled combat soldier would be able to obtain 100 battle records, even if it was just a single win. Then, his next goal was to advance to the 9th stage of the combat soldier rank, and then obtain a title. In addition, he had to pass the 5th and 6th floor of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower. As long as he could pass the 6th floor, he would be promoted to a superior genius and receive better treatment. Improve. Here, he had to do his best to improve himself and increase his foundation. After returning to his original body, he might not be able to bring back his strength, but the accumulation and foundation would still be there, which would allow his original body to break through. Moreover, coming to the Eternal Battle Fort was definitely not that simple. It was just accumulation, and there must be other benefits. It was just that his current level was too low to know. But it didn't matter. As long as he maintained a courageous attitude and continued to improve, there would definitely be a time when he would know. After breaking through to the transformation realm of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes, Chunzong first cultivated for a while to consolidate his foundation. Then he began to cultivate the heavenly spirit illusion body art. He wanted to see if he could find an opportunity to break through to the transformation realm of the heavenly spirit illusion body art as well. However, the transformation realm of the martial arts wasn't that easy to reach. After cultivating for a while, Chunzong didn't find any opportunity. Chunzong didn't feel disappointed. The transformation realm of the martial arts wasn't that easy to reach. So, next, he would first leave behind a cultivation video of his transformation realm of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes and guide others on how to comprehend and cultivate it. Of course, he wouldn't leave behind the most essential parts. After all, it was just a guide, just like the ancient profound art. When the time came, perhaps someone would buy it, and he would be able to obtain battle records. Chapter 1748. Author's note: if I can't take it anymore, I'll go back to normal tomorrow. The sea of clouds was turbulent, and the waves were strange. 2 figures were crisscrossing and tearing at each other. 9 heavenly spirit strikes. Stage of transformation. Countless sword lights were displayed, tearing everything in all directions. They turned into waves of sword energy that surged violently and merged into the sea of clouds, engulfing the 2 figures completely. One of them was Chunzong, and the other was Chunzong's opponent, a strong opponent who was at the 7th stage of the martial soldier level. This battle was Chunzong's attempt at 30 consecutive victories. It was extremely difficult. Any martial soldier who had reached the 7th stage had extremely terrifying strength. They were unfathomable and extremely frightening. After all, in order to reach the 7th stage of the martial soldier level, one had to go through many life and death battles and experience countless victories and defeats. One had to continuously obtain victories and exchange them to improve oneself. Therefore, the weapons used by the 7th stage of the martial soldier level were at least of the middle grade. They even practiced martial arts that were more advanced than basic martial arts. Chunzong didn't achieve 29 consecutive victories in one go. After 20 consecutive victories, he tried to reach an even higher winning streak. However, he was defeated, so he had to accumulate from 1 consecutive victory. The current battle environment was filled with clouds and mist. While it was suitable for the opponent, it was also suitable for Chunzong. When the 9 heavenly spirit strikes of the stage of transformation was performed, the sword light immediately turned the surroundings into a sea of clouds. Within the sea of clouds, everything was sensed by Chunzong. It was as if it had become his domain. Kill. He gathered all the strength in his body and infused the heaven and earth true Kong into his long sword. He attacked with the sword. This sword was a killing move. It was merciless and unstoppable. It turned into the sharpest sword light in the world, tearing the heaven and earth apart as it shot out in a straight line. It was like a divine thunder of light that tore through the dark void. It was indestructible. The sea of clouds formed by the sword light was the first half of Chunzong's 9 heavenly spirit strikes of the stage of transformation. This killing move was the second half of the move. The first half of the move was a move to confuse the enemy and blind their 5 senses. The second half of the move was a killing move. When the sword attacked, it would press forward and never look back. It would only lead to death. This was an extreme sword. The opponent's hair stood on end. Even though the fog was beneficial to him, it had become a restriction at this very moment. In the face of Chunzong's extremely terrifying sword light, there was no way for him to dodge it all. He only felt that all the sword light around him seemed to be oppressing him, making it difficult for him to move. The sword light shot out, instantly piercing through everything. Kill! Chunzong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw his opponent fall to the ground. This sword strike had exhausted all of his heaven and earth astral energy. If he was unable to kill the other party, his strength would drop drastically and he would be killed by the other party instead. It was very dangerous. Fortunately, he had finally won. Phase 5 fighter Chunzong has obtained 30 consecutive victories. The low and deep voice sounded again. It was astonishingly forceful as it spread out in a large area. Even more people heard it and were incredibly shocked. Who is this Chunzong? He actually achieved 30 consecutive victories in such a short time. Unbelievable. He has already achieved 30 consecutive victories? It's time to report it to the Palace Master. After the experts who were secretly observing Chunzong received the news, they recalled the time when he had achieved 20 consecutive victories and were stunned. They immediately reacted and reported the news to the Heaven Execution Palace Master. 30 consecutive victories. A cold voice sounded. The Heaven Execution Palace Master was secretly surprised. To her, 30 consecutive victories was indeed nothing. After all, she had achieved more than 90 consecutive victories in the past. But then again, in the entire Eternal Battle Fort, those who could achieve 30 consecutive victories could already be considered as true elites. It should be known that anyone from the Eternal Battle Fort could be considered as a top genius in any world. If they were elites, they would be even more shocking and unimaginable. Therefore, only 30 consecutive victories were qualified to attract her attention. Of course, it was also because Chunzong's background was not high and his evaluation was very low. However, he was able to achieve 30 consecutive victories in such a short time. This was something that many intermediate or even high-level geniuses could not achieve. Such a huge contrast made her pay more attention to him. Perhaps he is somewhat qualified to receive an in-depth evaluation. The Heaven Execution Palace Master thought to himself. In the end, he decided to wait and see. He wanted to see if Chunzong could maintain such a state of improvement or slow down. If he could continue to improve, it meant that his potential was not limited to this. However, if he slowed down, it also meant that his potential was limited. After 30 consecutive victories, Chunzong ended the battle and left the ethereal world. This battle was very difficult. He almost lost and had to start all over again. However, this battle also allowed Chunzong to see a martial art that was more advanced than the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. Chunzong was very tempted. Unfortunately, a martial art that was more advanced than the 9 heavenly spirit strikes could only be exchanged for at least 10,000 victories. He did not have that many victories now. Next, it was time to comprehend the battle and cultivate the 4th level of the heaven and earth divine art. After cultivating for so long, Chunzong had successfully integrated 30% of the heaven and earth divine art. His strength had become stronger. Time flew. From time to time, Shenzong would enter the ethereal world to fight and obtain victories. Unfortunately, the highest winning streak was only 39. When he wanted to reach 40 victories, the opponent he encountered was an 8th-stage martial soldier. He was very powerful and could not be matched. Shenzong's martial soldier rank rose to the 6th stage. He continued to fight. When he integrated 40% of the heaven and earth divine art, he could challenge the heavenly battle tower again. Without hesitation, Shenzong began to challenge the tower. From the 1st level to the 4th level, Shenzong easily passed through them. Now he began to challenge the 5th floor. The difficulty of the 5th floor was naturally higher than the 4th floor. There were 2 opponents. Their individual strength was stronger than that of the 4th floor. When the 2 of them worked together, their strength was multiplied. Of the 2 opponents, one was wearing a white robe and had a slender figure. It was as if there were clouds and mist around him. When he moved, his figure became more agile and unpredictable, making it harder for others to catch him. He held a long sword in his hand. The moves he used were the Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes and the Heavenly Spirit illusion. The other opponent was wearing a black robe. He was tall and sturdy. Lines spread out on his robe, giving off a vigorous and heavy aura. With a long saber in his hand, he was very domineering. Every step he took felt like a hill was moving. The moves he used were the Earth Elemental Strike and the Earth Elemental Stomp. One was light and the other was heavy. One was firm and fierce and the other was gentle. The 2 of them worked together to bring about a greater threat. For a moment, Shenzong was trapped in a bitter battle. If he had just passed the 4th floor and tried to challenge the 5th floor, he would have no chance of winning. He might not even be able to withstand 3 moves before being killed. However, it was different now. His strength had improved a lot during this period. Even if he faced 2 strong opponents together, he was not afraid at all. After a fierce battle, Shenzong got used to the 2's attacks and slowly took control of the rhythm. Suddenly, he took a step forward. Under the Earth Elemental Stomp, the 2's bodies shook slightly. Seizing the moment, Shenzong used the Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes. The sword light spread out and blew. Earth Elemental Stomp. The Earth Elemental Stomp was included in the Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes. This was the experience he gained from fighting with these 2. It was unexpected and caught them off guard. One of them was killed in an instant. After one was killed, the remaining one was less of a threat to Shenzong. However, he was killed again in 2 moves. The 5th floor passed. After passing the 5th floor, Shenzong immediately received 20,000 battle points and an extra reward. This time, the extra reward was the 4th level of Heaven and Earth Elemental Stomp. Shenzong could not help but be stunned. He had already mastered the 4th level of Heaven and Earth Elemental Stomp. As if detecting that Shenzong had mastered the 4th level of Heaven and Earth Elemental Stomp, a voice asked Shenzong if he wanted to exchange the 4th level of Heaven and Earth Elemental Stomp for battle points. Shenzong naturally agreed without hesitation. 10,000 battle points. In this way, Shenzong's battle points were as much as 30,000. The 6th floor. Shenzong's eyes lit up. If he passed the 6th floor, he could be promoted to a high-level genius and enjoy better treatment. Shenzong did not know that the temple master of the initial temple had announced that if Shenzong passed the 6th floor and entered the 7th floor within a year, he would apply for an in-depth examination. This would be another opportunity. After recovering his strength, Shenzong stepped into the 6th floor. Like the afterglow of the setting sun, Shenzong looked from afar and saw smoke everywhere, as if the city was burning. This was a dilapidated city, which seemed to have been conquered not long ago. Standing on the city wall, Shenzong could clearly feel the smell of blood and killing in the air. It seemed that a massacre had happened here not long ago. Looking into the distance, he could see the burning fire and smoke, the broken walls, and the bodies with their stomachs pierced and hanging on the corners of the eaves. It was a ghastly sight. Shenzong's heart sank. What was this place? The 6th floor of the Heaven-Earth Battle Tower? Who was his enemy? With a light leap, Shenzong landed on the city wall. His footsteps were light and silent. Then, as if he had turned into a cloud of smoke, he floated forward silently. Several bodies were lying on the ground. Shenzong glanced at them and saw the wounds. His pupils shrank. Those wounds did not seem to be caused by weapons, but by claws. It was as if the claws of a monster had torn them apart. The internal organs and blood flowed all over the ground, filling the air with the pungent smell of blood. On the city wall not far away, there were also terrifying claw marks several meters long, which had torn the city wall apart and almost penetrated it. The aura that emanated from the claw marks was extremely ferocious and vaguely familiar. Shenzong's eyes suddenly focused. He thought of the many powerful monsters he had killed in the past. The Void Demon. Was it really the Void Demon, or was it just a similar existence? Shenzong was not sure. After all, his knowledge of the Void Demon only existed at the level of the Tianyuan sacred region. If he could see the Void Demon in the eternal battleford, it could only mean one thing. The Void Demon was not that simple. Collecting his thoughts, Shenzong became more vigilant. Regardless of whether it was a void fiend or not, the sixth floor was not simple. If he was not careful enough, he might be injured or even killed. It would be very difficult to pass the sixth floor. Shenzong slowed down his footsteps. He was very light and did not make any sound. As he moved forward, he kept seeing torn bodies. Chapter 1749. A city full of corpses that had been massacred. A city full of danger with unknown enemies. Shenzong walked alone, looking for the so-called enemies and killing them. The eternal battleford, as the name suggested, was a battle. So the test in the battle tower was naturally a battle. Shenzong raised his perception to the extreme. Even his perception was raised to the extreme. He paid attention to all the movements around him, but he didn't know if that feeling was an illusion. It was not an illusion. Shenzong was 100% sure that unless he was trapped in some kind of illusion, he was absolutely sure that it was not an illusion. Since it was not an illusion, it meant that the enemy was approaching or had already targeted him, but had not directly appeared. Perhaps the enemy had regarded him as prey. Prey? Who was the prey? A cold light flashed in Shenzong's eyes, but he immediately restrained himself and continued to move forward as if he didn't notice anything unusual. Not long after, Shenzong seemed to feel that something seemed to fly past him at an amazing speed. It was a black shadow, and in an instant, it disappeared. Shenzong continued to move forward as if he didn't notice anything. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, traces of vague, killing intent instantly filled the air and swept over. It was so terrifying that it made Shenzong's hair stand on end. The black cold light instantly filled the air, condensed behind Shenzong, and fell down as if it was tearing the sky and the earth. The sound was extremely ear-piercing. Shenzong didn't seem to have time to react and was torn apart in an instant. But in fact, the moment the sharp claws fell, Shenzong had already dodged. Because he was so fast, he left a lifelike afterimage where he stood. After its attack missed, the Lord of the Claw also moved sideways in an instant, turning into a black light. It exploded with incredible speed and flew far away. However, a white sword light instantly pierced through the sky, as if it had been waiting for a long time. The sword light entered the body and cut through, directly cutting it in half. Looking at the corpse that was cut in half by his sword, Shenzong looked dignified. Void Demon. He definitely didn't see wrongly. This was a Void Demon, and a demigod Void Demon at that. He was slightly stunned. In the past, when he was still in the Void battlefield in the Xinyuan world, he could only escape when facing a demigod Void Demon. If he was not careful, he would die. But now he could kill a demigod Void Demon at that level. Just as Shenzong was in a daze, a black shadow seemed to emerge from the void and appeared behind Shenzong. Without a sound, a cold light shot out and instantly pierced towards Shenzong, about to pierce through him. However, Shenzong, who was in a daze, seemed to have sensed it long ago. He instantly turned around and swung his sword horizontally. Using his earth elemental energy, he blocked the attack. His sword trembled slightly. heavenly spiritual energy intertwined with his sword, making it light and flexible. 9 heavenly of a 9. Instantly, Chunzong of the heavens, of the void demon. After killing 2 demigod void demons in a row, Chunzong was not happy at all. Instead, he became more cautious. How many more void demons were there in this city that had just been massacred? He had no idea. He could only slowly search for them, or force them out. Perhaps the evil void devils here had already noticed him. Next, he would continue to be attacked. Chunzong changed his posture of concealing his aura. He wantonly released his aura to attract the attention of more void demons. They would appear on their own accord, saving him the trouble of searching for them one by one. When Chunzong released his aura, he immediately felt waves of ferocious aura erupting in the distance and rapidly approaching. As expected, not all of the void demons had noticed it before. Only a small minority had. Now, they should have all noticed him. Since that was the case, he would choose a relatively spacious place as the battlefield. He would slaughter all the void demons here. Chunzong used his movement technique and sprinted quickly like a wisp of smoke. Not long after, he found a relatively spacious place. He stopped and stood with his sword held horizontally, waiting for the arrival of the void demons. In just a short moment, a void demon flew over from afar. Its ferocious aura swept over like a raging wave. The void demon brazenly attacked, wanting to tear Chunzong apart. Chunzong struck out with his sword. The white sword light changed endlessly, piercing through the sky. Kill! More and more void demons appeared. Kill! 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 This was a battle of life and death. Dong! Dong! Shocking sounds continued to ring out like the beating of a drum. Extremely terrifying rumbling sounds were emitted, and the ground trembled incessantly. The city walls that were already broken collapsed once again. A huge figure quickly walked over from afar. It was more than 10 meters tall and incomparably strong. Its whole body was filled with devilish muscles. Its muscles bulged, and its veins were twisted like steel bars. Terrifying. The aura emitted by this void demon was incomparably terrifying. It was more tyrannical than any of the previous opponents. Could it be that this was the strongest void demon on the 6th floor? If he killed it, he could pass the 6th floor and enter the 7th floor. At that time, he would be able to obtain the status of a superior genius and receive better treatment. Although he was faintly excited, Chunzong did not act rashly. This void demon was a great threat to him, a strong enemy. If he guessed correctly, it would not be easy to pass the 6th floor. However, it did not mean that it was impossible. His eyes were like swords as he stared at his opponent, taking in every move of his opponent. As it approached, its ferocious aura surged like a raging tide. It was incomparably terrifying. The aura emitted from this void demon was almost tangible. A burst of black smoke rushed out like a raging storm, sweeping and destroying everything. Boom! The 10-meter-tall void demon seemed to have walked out of a battlefield, bringing with it thick smoke. It clenched its huge fist and suddenly punched out. The terrifying dark fist force was like a dark, evil dragon as it blasted out, shattering everything in its path and destroying everything in its path. Chunzong's expression was extremely solemn. The threat of this fist was extremely terrifying. It was as if it was going to smash him into pieces. Sky Spirit Illusion. In an instant, Chunzong quickly dodged, using his movement technique to the extreme. The ground behind him was directly shattered by the punch, creating a long gully. It was as if an earth dragon had turned over and destroyed a city wall in the distance. Chunzong was extremely fast. He appeared behind the void demon in an instant and slashed out with his sword. The sword light broke through the air and slashed at the back of the void demon. However, the result surprised Chunzong. He could not break through the opponent's defense. When the sword edge slashed at the void demon, a layer of black light spread out from its back and blocked the sword edge. The void demon turned around and swept its arms, creating a terrifying storm. It was going to kill Chunzong directly. Sky Spirit Illusion. Its body seemed to have lost all its weight and became extremely light. It danced with the wind and activated the heaven and earth true Kong. The transformative state. 9 heavenly spirit strikes. The long sword was swung, and sword light spread out. It turned into a sea of clouds and covered all directions. It covered Qinzong and his opponent's huge body. Fatal blow. The heaven and earth true Kong gathered and poured into the sword. It turned into the sharpest sword light in the world. It tore through the air and slashed at the void demon's body. The black light automatically spread and gathered to block the attack. However, it was torn apart by the terrifying sword light. After tearing apart the black light, the remaining power of the sword light slashed at the void demon's body and tore it apart. However, the sword light did not kill the void demon. It only injured it. After all, the void demon was not only powerful, but also huge. He activated the remaining heaven and earth true Kong and gathered it into the sword light. It turned into a second terrifying sword light that could tear everything apart. Kill. The sword light went through the torn wound with great precision and went straight into the void demon's body. It didn't resist at all. Instead, it pierced straight into the body of the void fiend and began to wreak havoc. However, the sword light still did not kill the void demon. Qinzong immediately retreated. He had used up 40% of the heaven and earth true Kong. All that was left was the heaven spiritual energy and earth true Kong. It was obvious that he could not cause enough damage to the void demon. However, the 2 consecutive slashes had caused the spatial demon to be heavily injured. It went berserk and unleashed the last of its strength to destroy everything around it without holding back. Kill. Kill. Destroy. Qinzong retreated far away. He used his body movement technique and also used the 4th level of heaven and earth divine skill to recover the heaven and earth true Kong. However, before the heaven and earth true Kong was fully integrated, it would be slow to recover once it was consumed. Qinzong tried to integrate the new heaven and earth true Kong while moving at a high speed. The situation was urgent. The longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Perhaps it was a stroke of good luck, or perhaps it was enough pressure to turn it into motivation. The heaven spiritual energy and earth true Kong continued to integrate and become new heaven and earth true Kong. The heaven and earth true Kong that had been consumed was also accelerated. It was as if he was jumping on the tip of a knife. He would be pierced and torn apart if he was not careful. This feeling stimulated Qinzong's potential. With enough pressure, there would be more motivation. It did not take long for the heaven and earth true Kong to reach 10%. Seizing the opportunity, Qinzong executed the 9 heavenly spirit strikes again. Following the torn wound, the sword light caused more damage. Qinzong took the opportunity to perform the 9 heavenly spirit strikes again. Although it was not as powerful as the heaven and earth true Kong, it was still powerful. The wound continued to worsen. In the end, Qinzong turned his body into a sword and pierced into the wound on the back of the evil void. He went in and swung his sword. Tear. This was an extreme method. He put himself in danger in exchange for more damage. Then, thousands of sword light condensed into a point and pierced through the chest of the evil void. He turned around and used the earth true Kong. The sword light tore the evil void like a dark crescent moon and pierced into the wound again. At the same time, the evil void devil's attack arrived. Although it didn't hit Qinzong head-on, the gust of wind that brushed past him caused Qinzong's hair to stand on end. He felt as if he was being blown away, as if he was about to be torn apart. His body shook in the air and landed on the ground. Earth True Stamp. Chapter 1750. Third update. He actually passed the 6th floor. Ming Jiang, who looked like a scholar, was stunned as he muttered to himself. His voice was filled with shock and disbelief. To go from the 1st floor to the 7th floor in just 1 year was simply unbelievable. Even many high-level geniuses wouldn't be able to do it. Looks like Credo is going to pay a big price this time. A strange smile appeared on Ming Jiang's elegant face. deep examination. That wasn't something that could be done easily. Every time it was activated, it would consume a lot of energy. Ming Jiang immediately sent the news to Credo and Qing Su Mingwei. Credo was the leader of Initial Earth Hall, while Qing Su Mingwei was the leader of Heaven Execution Hall. Ming Jiang, are you messing with me? Credo's deep voice sounded as if it came from the endless void. See for yourself. Ming Jiang was the manager of the battle tower and could be considered the master of the battle tower. He could cut out any battle in the battle tower for others to watch. Thus, Ming Jiang played the video of Chunzong challenging the 5th and 6th floors for Credo and Qing Su Mingwei to watch. Soon, the two finished watching and fell silent. They were clearly in shock. After a while, Qing Su Mingwei spoke first. This kid has already won 30 matches in the ethereal dimension. 30 matches in a row. Ming Jiang and Credo were both stunned. Winning 30 matches in the ethereal dimension wasn't easy. Without enough strength and luck, it was impossible to do it. However, 30 matches in the ethereal dimension and passing the 6th floor of the battle tower seemed to be a good match. Guladu, do you still mean what you said? Ming Jiang asked with a smile. He didn't think it was possible before. Who would have thought that this kid would be so capable? It was truly surprising. Kratos froze for a moment before replying in a deep voice, yes. Even though they had to submit an application and consume their own resources in order to conduct an in-depth examination, they had no reason to go back on their word when they had reached their current position. Of course, he could say that he was joking, but he wouldn't do that. Soon, Kratos applied for an in-depth examination, which would take some time. There was no doubt that Chunzong had leveled up from intermediate to superior. His residence had also changed. It was a large hall. The cultivation environment here was much better than in the middle region. Moreover, there was an independent virtual cabin. If one wanted to enter the virtual realm, they did not need to go to the Heaven Execution Hall. Apart from that, the higher-level geniuses also received better treatment than the middle-level geniuses. Mid-grade geniuses could choose any one foundational martial art. High-grade geniuses could choose any 2 foundational martial arts and the 4th level of Heaven and Earth Execution, as well as obtain a high-grade, sky-stealing, earth-changing pill. This treatment was many times better than that of an intermediate genius. Of course, for any genius who was assessed as a superior from the start, their physique would at least reach the level of a superior mortal physique. They might even reach the level of a superior mortal physique. Therefore, a superior grade, sky-stealing, earth-changing pill was actually nothing much. At most, it would allow their mortal physique to improve slightly from its original foundation. Chunzong, on the other hand, was only a medium mortal physique. Previously, he had been a low mortal physique. As for the 2 foundational martial arts and the 4th level of Heaven and Earth Execution, they were also of great use to the higher-level geniuses. Unfortunately, the foundational martial arts and the 4th level of Heaven and Earth Execution were useless to Chunzong. They could only be exchanged for battle records. 12,000 battle records. Together with Chunzong's battle record from the 5th and 6th levels of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower, he had obtained a total of 72,000 battle records. After passing the 6th floor, in addition to the 30,000 battle points, Chunzong also obtained a middle-grade longsword that could increase one's power by 20%. No matter what, he had gained a lot this time. More than 70,000 battle records. Chunzong began to think. How should he use these 70,000 battle records? An upper-grade weapon would require 100,000 battle records. As for an upper-grade, sky-stealing, earth-changing pill, it would also require 100,000 battle records. He could not exchange for it, but he already had one and did not need it for the time being. What he needed was a more powerful martial art from the Heaven and Earth inheritance. A martial art that was more powerful than the foundational martial arts would require at least 10,000 battle records. More than 70,000 battle records could be exchanged. But before that, he had to take this upper-grade, sky-stealing, earth-changing pill to upgrade his body constitution to a superior mortal body. He took the pill and began to refine it. When the pill's power was completely consumed, Chun Zong's body constitution was successfully upgraded to his superior mortal body. The chi of heaven and earth in his body became denser and denser. It complemented the surrounding chi of heaven and earth, exuding a vigorous spirit. Immediately, Chun Zong began to cultivate the fourth level of heaven and earth execution. On the sixth level of the heaven and earth battle tower, Chun Zong had broken through his limit and integrated 50% of the heaven and earth gang. Now, he still had 50% to integrate. Now, as he cultivated the integration, he immediately felt that the speed of integration had increased significantly. It was several times faster than a medium mortal body. Sure enough, the better the body constitution, the more beneficial it was for cultivation. After cultivating, the integration had not reached 60%. Chun Zong stood up, drew his sword, and began to practice. As soon as he practiced, Chun Zong could clearly feel the improvement of his strength. This improvement was not only limited to the improvement of his body constitution, which allowed him to better integrate his martial arts with his strength and release more powerful power. It also allowed him to better integrate his strong consciousness with his body, which allowed him to further exert his strength. It could be said that if it were someone else, the improvement of their body constitution would only bring about a one-level increase in strength. But for him, it was equivalent to a two-level increase in strength, which was even more amazing. Chun Zong, I am the owner of the battle tower. Come to the heaven and earth battle tower to see me. Just as Chun Zong was secretly surprised by the significant improvement in his strength, a gentle voice rang in his ears. Suddenly, Chun Zong was stunned. The owner of the battle tower? The owner of the heaven and earth battle tower? Why did such a big shot want to see him? Even with Chun Zong's temperament, he could not help but feel a little uneasy for a moment. But this uneasiness quickly disappeared, and he regained his calmness. However, he could not help but feel a little confused. However, since the other party had said so, he might as well make a trip there and see what the other party wanted from him. Soon, Chun Zong arrived in front of the heaven and earth battle tower, but he did not know how to find the owner of the battle tower. In an instant, it was as if time and space had changed. When Chun Zong reacted, he had already appeared in an elegant room. As Chun Zong looked around, a figure stepped out from behind a simple and elegant screen. It was as if he had become the center of everything. I have to say, you're a lucky little guy. The middle-aged man who stepped out was dressed in a scholar's robe. He looked like an elegant scholar who had read a lot and had profound knowledge. When he spoke, his tone was like a spring breeze that made people feel comfortable. Chun Zong did not understand the meaning of his words, so he did not interrupt and just stood there quietly. Chun Zong could not feel any strong aura from the other party, but he did not dare to underestimate him. The other party was the owner of the heaven and earth battle tower. How magical was the battle tower? It was like a real world. As the owner of the battle tower, how could he not be powerful? This time, I summoned you here to tell you that you will be undergoing an in-depth examination soon. Bring out your abilities. If you can obtain satisfactory results in the in-depth examination, it will only be beneficial to you. If you can't obtain satisfactory results, then you'll be stripped of your eternal heaven and earth token. The general's words were light, but there was a hint of ruthlessness in them. Of course, you can also choose not to undergo the in-depth test. Ming Jiang changed the topic. I want to undergo the in-depth test. Although Chun Zong did not know what the in-depth test was, his instincts told him that it was an opportunity, an incredible opportunity. He could not miss it. It was a gamble. If he won, he would get a greater opportunity. If he lost, he would lose all the opportunities he had now and would never be able to enter the eternal battle fort again. It was up to him to choose. If he did not undergo the in-depth test, then he could continue to stay in the eternal battle fort and slowly improve himself. Benefits were often accompanied by risks. Chun Zong had known this for a long time. Even if a pie fell from the sky, he had to consider whether he would be smashed to death. Although he did not know why there was an in-depth test and why he was chosen, since it was an opportunity, he had to seize it. If he missed it, he might regret it. Then, he would take the risk. Seeing Chun Zong agree without hesitation, Ming Jiang was slightly surprised, but at the same time, he nodded secretly. She was bold and decisive. One had to know that the eternal heaven and earth token was an incredible opportunity, especially for those who came from the ordinary world. It was a heaven-defying opportunity. If he did not have enough courage to take the risk, he would not be able to do it at all. Moreover, Ming Jiang could see from Chun Zong's eyes that he was not taking the risk recklessly. Instead, he was taking the risk with confidence in his bones. It was a gamble, but the meaning was different. If you can get a satisfactory result in the in-depth test, you will know more. Ming Jiang smiled and said something that seemed to come out of nowhere. However, Chun Zong understood. After all, since he came to the Eternal Battle Fort, the areas he could move around and were very limited. He could only go between his residence, the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower, and the Heaven Execution Palace. One had to know that the Eternal Battle Fort was made from a huge star. It was definitely not limited to this small area. In addition, he had many questions in his heart. However, no one could answer them. Even Yang Guan could not answer them all. Perhaps he would only be able to know when he had enough status. Go back and wait for the notice. When the time comes, you will naturally be summoned. Ming Jiang said and waved his hand. Instantly, the scene before him changed, and Chun Zong appeared outside the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower. Staring at the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower, Chun Zong could not help but be dazed. Chapter 1751. Fourth update. Chun Zong didn't know when the test would begin. Therefore, Chun Zong didn't enter the ethereal realm during this time. He focused on cultivating the fourth level of Heaven and Earth divine art in the palace. The fusion of the Heaven and Earth constellation had reached 60% and was approaching 70%. The higher the fusion of the Heaven and Earth constellation, the greater the increase in Chun Zong's strength. The high-grade mortal body also allowed Chun Zong to use and exert his strength more thoroughly. Chun Zong estimated that if he went to the ethereal realm now, it wouldn't be a problem for him to win 40 times in a row, unless he was very unlucky. However, it wasn't the time to fight in the ethereal realm yet. He should cultivate first and try to complete the fourth level of Heaven and Earth divine art as soon as possible. Then, he would merge all his strength into the Heaven and Earth constellation. His strength would increase greatly. Chun Zong had already discovered that his main body's strength couldn't be effectively used or improved here. His cultivation method couldn't be cultivated. Of course, it couldn't be compared to Heaven and Earth divine art. In addition, sword techniques and other martial arts couldn't be used to their full potential either. Then there was the Tao intent. His main body's Tao intent couldn't be improved here. In other words, the only useful thing was his main body's accumulation. He still didn't know how the opportunities in the Eternal Battle Fort were useful to his main body. However, since it was a great opportunity, it must have its secrets. He would know when his status was higher, or maybe he would know when he returned to his main body. However, after returning to his main body, he would have to wait for a while before coming to the Eternal Battle Fort again. After all, the eternal token of Heaven and Earth needed time to recover its strength. He was waiting for the so-called deep test to begin. Cultivating. When Chun Zong's fusion of the Heaven and Earth constellation reached 70%, he finally received a notification. The deep test was about to begin. There were 3 figures in front of him. One was the Battle Tower Master from before. The second was a tall figure in heavy armor who emitted a shocking aura that seemed to suppress the earth. The third was a figure in a pure white robe who seemed to emit faint moonlight. He stood in front of Chun Zong, but he seemed to be far away in the sky, as mysterious as the bright moon hanging in the sky. Only then did Chun Zongfang know their identities, and he was secretly shocked. The Battle Tower Master, Earth Beginning Hall Master, and Heaven Execution Hall Master. In addition, Chun Zong also noticed that there was no one else other than the 4 of them. Could it be that he was the only one participating in the in-depth examination? In that case, what exactly was this so-called deep examination? Kid, if your performance doesn't satisfy me, you'll have to bear the consequences. The initial palace master stared at Qinzong and spoke in a low voice. His voice was as powerful and domineering as a mountain, causing Qinzong to feel suffocated. His heart felt heavy, as if it was about to be suppressed. Just a single sentence and a single glance was already so terrifying. It was hard to imagine what level this person's strength had reached. All right, Guladu, don't scare him. It'll affect his performance. Ming Jiang laughed. The heavy pressure instantly disappeared. Qinzong didn't know why Palace Master Di Chu would act like this. In fact, it was just a casual remark back then. He didn't expect it to come true. It was fine if it came true, but it was also good to find a moldable talent. The main thing was that the resources spent to apply for the in-depth examination were counted on him. Fortunately, Ming Jiang and Qing Su Mingyue shared the burden. Otherwise, he would have really lost a lot. In any case, if the other party's performance wasn't satisfactory, he would definitely teach him a lesson first. He wouldn't go so far as to kill him, but he would have to punish him and take away his eternal heaven and earth token. As for how to punish him, Guladu had already thought about it. He would definitely make the other party suffer and never forget it. Sensing Galado's gaze, Qinzong couldn't help but tremble. A chill ran down his spine. Go, Ming Jiang said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, a black and white door appeared as if space was torn open. Under the gazes of the three people, Qinzong took a step forward and stepped into the black and white door. Ming Jiang smiled, Guladu snorted, and Qing Su Mingyue's expression was cold. A black and white stream of light flashed before Qinzong's eyes. He kept moving forward. He finally stepped out. This seemed to be a room. There was a black stele erected. There were more than a dozen white lines on it. These lines were as short as a finger and more than half a meter long. They were either straight or meandering in different postures. They looked messy, but they contained profound mysteries. If you can comprehend the battle runes of heaven and earth within the time limit, you can proceed to the next level. A deep and vigorous voice sounded. It was as if it was floating far away. Qinzong immediately understood what was going on. Battle runes of heaven and earth. The dozen or so white lines on the black stele were the so-called battle runes of heaven and earth. So, how should he comprehend them? Dispelling distracting thoughts, Qinzong focused all his attention on the black stele in front of him and began to comprehend. Qinzong's strong comprehension and solid foundation began to play an unimaginable role. He soon entered the state of comprehension. He felt that the dozen or so white lines in front of him seemed to come alive in an instant. They seemed to have turned into a dozen or so white eels of different sizes. They jumped into the water one after another, shook their bodies, and swam freely in the water. They were agile, light, and as fast as lightning. Every white eel, no matter how long or short they were, no matter how thick or thin they were all extremely agile and mysterious. They swam in the water as fast as lightning. Gradually, Qinzong's understanding grew and condensed in his mind. Spiritual light flickered, and the eels trembled one after another. Light shone from the inside out, and divine splendor was born. They turned into white dragons that soared out of the sea and soared into the sky. They chased after the bright light and danced with the white clouds. Comprehension. Qinzong felt a burst of comprehension. The moment the comprehension emerged, the dozen or so white lines on the stele intertwined and condensed into a straight line. They drew from top to bottom and turned into a door. According to the voice from before, this should be the door to the next level. Without hesitation, Qinzong stepped forward. Outside, Ming Jiang, Krachuo, and Qing Su Mingyue were waiting. A bit of time was nothing to them with their long lives. What they cared more about was how many levels this child could pass. That was the main point. This brat, if he can't pass the 10th level, I won't let him off, Krachuo suddenly said in a low and murderous voice. According to the level, the mysteries of the 10th level belong to a king genius. Ming Jiang smiled, but didn't say anything else. In his mind, he also thought the same. They had spent a lot of resources to make an exception and open this in-depth examination. If he couldn't pass the 9th level and enter the 10th, it would be too disappointing. In their minds, one had to pass at least the 10th level to pass, so they were satisfied. However, whether or not this child could pass the 10th level was still unknown. It wouldn't be easy. There weren't many king geniuses in the Eternal Battle Fort, and each one was highly valued. If one could surpass king geniuses, it would be even more shocking. They would be treated like treasures and heavily nurtured. The 2nd level also required one to comprehend white battle runes, but there were twice as many. However, it wasn't a problem for Chunzong. It didn't take long for him to comprehend and enter the 3rd level. The 3rd level had twice as many white battle runes as the 2nd level, so it was naturally more difficult to comprehend. However, with Chunzong's shocking comprehension ability, he also comprehended and entered the 4th level. The 4th level's steel wasn't black, but white. The battle runes on it were black instead. The black battle runes were steady and heavy, with a kind of momentum that belonged to the earth. It wasn't easy to comprehend them, but Chunzong's comprehension ability was extraordinary. He also found that worldly execution had a supplementary effect on the battle runes. The 4th level passed. The 5th level passed. The 6th level passed. At the 7th level, the steel changed again. It wasn't white or black, but black and white. The battle runes on it also changed. It wasn't just one color, but also black and white. There were more than 100 black and white battle runes, crisscrossing and looking very mysterious. If it was someone who didn't have a high enough comprehension ability, it would be like looking at flowers in a fog. They wouldn't be able to see anything, let alone comprehend it. They might even feel dizzy. However, Chunzong didn't feel that way. He gazed and soon entered a state of comprehension. The black and white battle runes seemed to have come alive, turning into black and white pythons that slithered about in the forest. They were as fast as lightning and sometimes rushed into the sky, as if they had turned into heavenly dragons that controlled the 4 seas and the 9 heavens. Chunzong also seemed to blend in. He was free on the earth and wandered in the sky. It was a wonderful feeling. The 7th level passed. At the 8th level, the black and white worldly battle runes doubled in number, but they looked more complicated. When he comprehended the mystery of the worldly battle runes, Chunzong suddenly felt that his comprehension of worldly execution had deepened. The 4th level of worldly execution in his body began to operate involuntarily beyond his imagination. The remaining 30% of heavenly spiritual energy and earth essence energy merged into heaven and earth essence energy at even faster speed. 80%. The fusion of heaven and earth essence energy increased to 80%. He was even closer to the completion of the 4th level of worldly execution. The 9th level. The number of battle runes of heaven and earth increased to more than 400, almost 500. At a glance, countless black and white battle runes crisscrossed as if they were alive, like more than 400 pythons winding around each other. There was an indescribable sense of horror. Those who didn't have enough comprehension ability would feel dizzy or even pass out at a glance. However, Chunzong quickly entered a state of comprehension. The 4th level of worldly execution continued to operate at an amazing speed, exceeding the limit. The remaining heavenly spiritual energy and earth essence energy also merged into heaven and earth essence energy at an amazing speed, forming heaven and earth essence energy. Chapter 1752. 5th update. Tired. This outbreak is over. Tomorrow it will resume. Rest well and train your body. The next outbreak will be notified in advance. The battle runes of heaven and earth contained endless mysteries of heaven and earth. People could not help but be immersed in them and could not extricate themselves. They constantly comprehended, as if they were swimming between heaven and earth and enjoying countless sceneries. In the 9th level, the mysteries of the battle runes of heaven and earth appeared in Chunzong's mind little by little. The battle runes of heaven and earth in the 1st level were the simplest and easiest to comprehend. The second level was more complex and difficult, and so was the third level. The further one progressed, the more profound the mysteries were. The fourth level of heaven and earth divine skill automatically exceeded its limit. The last 10% of heaven's spiritual energy and earth elemental force were successfully integrated in an instant. Boom! A roar suddenly sounded in Chunzong's body. The integration of the heaven and earth divine skill reached 100%. 100% heaven and earth divine skill meant that the fourth level of heaven and earth divine skill had reached the consummate realm. If he obtained the fifth level of heaven and earth divine skill, he could immediately comprehend and cultivate it. In addition, 100% heaven and earth divine skill permeated his body. Once it was consumed, it could be recovered quickly, just like the heavens' spiritual energy and earth elemental force. However, at this moment, Chunzong was not in the mood to feel the changes in his body. He was wholeheartedly immersed in comprehending the battle runes of heaven and earth. The ninth level, on a certain level, corresponded to the top geniuses. After comprehending the ninth level, one could enter the 10th level, which was equivalent to the level of a king-level genius. It was also the passing line that the three experts were satisfied with. Of course, Chunzong did not know that. However, he knew that he could not hold back in this test. He had to do his best to comprehend and break through the levels to achieve a better result. This was also a challenge for himself. Moreover, Chunzong had a feeling that comprehending the battle runes of heaven and earth was not only a test, but also a great benefit to himself. Chunzong comprehended the last trace of mystery of the battle runes of heaven and earth in the ninth level. Suddenly, the black and white light shone brightly and a door appeared. Without hesitation, Chunzong stepped into the door and entered the 10th level. It was still a black and white stone tablet, but there were more than 1,000 battle runes of heaven and earth on the tablet. There were more than 1,000 battle runes, which was more than double the number of battle runes in the ninth level. Furthermore, each battle rune was thicker and longer, and the mysteries they contained were more profound and mysterious. At first glance, Chunzong was dazzled. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes had become clear like the clear water of a stream. He focused his gaze and began to comprehend once more. The heaven and earth battle runes in the 10th level were at least twice as profound as those in the 9th level. Furthermore, there were more of them, and the difficulty of comprehending them was at least twice as high. Even so, Chunzong continued to comprehend it. Like spinning silk from a cocoon, the mysteries gradually emerged, spreading and condensing in his mind. The 4th level of heaven and earth execution continued to circulate. However, the speed of its circulation gradually decreased from its extremely fast speed to its slow speed. However, with every full cycle, the heaven and earth's true gang would condense a little bit, and its strength would increase slightly. Time passed slowly. Chunzong continued to comprehend the mysteries of the heaven and earth battle runes in the 10th level. At first, it was slow, but then it gradually became faster and faster. Once it was out of control, it flooded Chunzong's mind like a torrent. It was like a group of dragons dancing in the sky, like a flood dragon controlling the 4 seas. Thousands of mysteries suddenly burst out. The door appeared. The 10th level passed. He stepped into the 11th level. There were more than 2,000 battle runes of heaven and earth in the 11th level, which became more and more complicated. Closing his eyes and calming his mind, he cleared his mind and calmed his mind. The battle runes of heaven and earth in the 11th level became more and more profound and difficult to comprehend. Chunzong could no longer make progress as fiercely as before. After 3 breaths, he opened his eyes and focused again. Soon, he entered the state of comprehension and rapidly comprehended. Although it was more difficult, Chunzong still comprehended the mysteries and went deeper and deeper under his superb comprehension. The 11th level was still not Chunzong's limit. Comprehension, the 12th level. There were more than 4,000 battle runes of heaven and earth, almost 5,000 of them. At a glance, Chunzong felt as if his vision was filled with countless battle runes. They were densely packed and endless. He felt as if he had sunk into them. His eyes were dazzled, and he felt as if he was about to lose himself. Not losing his mind, Chunzong began to comprehend. As soon as he comprehended, he felt as if he had merged with heaven and earth. Countless black and white battle runes turned into giant snakes that wandered around, shuttling back and forth on the ground, between the rocks and in the grass. The sizzling sound was endless and dense, which made one's scalp tingle. Then, the giant snakes grew a horn and shed their skin, turning into flood dragons. They soared into the sky and soared freely, as if they were free from the shackles of the earth. Dark clouds appeared out of thin air and swept over from afar. They covered the sky and the earth, covering the sun and the sky. Rumble. A dull sound rang out, shaking the whole area. The dark clouds were as dark as ink and extremely dense. They filled the sky and suddenly turned into darkness. White lightning suddenly surged out from the ink-like dark clouds, exploding in an instant, illuminating the heavens and the earth. In an instant, white thunderbolts appeared one after another, striking down from the dark clouds and bombarding the black and white Jiao dragons. As if they were suffering great pain, the Jiao dragons' bodies shook violently, and their roars shook the world. The dark clouds covered the sky, and the white thunderbolts destroyed heaven and earth. Under the horrible white thunderbolts, the flood dragons seemed to be smashed and turned into black and white auras that escaped into the dark clouds. Rumble. The dark clouds rolled like boiling water. The white thunderbolts no longer struck down from the sky, but raged in the dark clouds. The dragon roars, which seemed to be filled with pain and joy, were extremely loud and resounding, filling the world. It seemed to be transforming and being reborn. A black and white dragon suddenly rushed out of the thick dark clouds. Sky Dragon. It was no longer a flood dragon. The snake turned into a flood dragon, and the flood dragon turned into a real dragon. It was truly free and unfettered. Free and unfettered. A burst of indescribable enlightenment suddenly rose in Chunzong's mind. Chunzong only felt that each of the black and white real dragons in front of him was filled with a free and unfettered aura. It was extremely mysterious, as if they were free and unrestrained in the void of the universe. Each real dragon condensed the truth and mystery between heaven and earth. Enlightenment. Chunzong was like a sponge, constantly absorbing seawater to enrich himself. Countless mysteries of heaven and earth poured into his heart at this moment, as if they were transforming into dragons. Dragons had always been the most powerful beast in the world. They were called holy beasts, which symbolized power and nobility. Among people, there was a saying that people hoped their children would become dragons, which indicated a kind of yearning in their hearts. Transforming into a dragon meant transcendence. In an instant, enlightenment broke out. All the mysteries of the 12th level of the battle pattern of heaven and earth burst out and were absorbed and mastered by Chunzong. Immediately, a portal appeared, waking Chunzong up. It turned out that unknowingly, he had comprehended the battle pattern of heaven and earth of the 12th level and mastered all its mysteries. If the 12th level is like this, what about the 13th level? Chunzong said secretly, very excited. From the first level until now, the further he comprehended, the more difficult it was, the more mysteries there were, and the greater the benefits he could feel. Especially after comprehending the mysteries of the 12th level, he felt that he seemed to have transformed. It was unclear, but very real. If the 12th level was like this, what about the 13th level? If he comprehended it completely, how much would he gain? However, when he stepped out of the portal, he did not see a stone tablet, but 3 figures. Chunzong could not help but be stunned. At the same time, 3 eyes with indescribable pressure seemed to be able to see through everything, as if to see through all the mysteries of Chunzong. "You're out," Ming Jiang said with a smile. Immediately, his pupils shrank. The Earth Temple Lord and the Heaven Execution Temple Lord stared at Chunzong, and their pupils shrank instantly, as if they had seen something. Then, an extremely terrifying force enveloped Chunzong, as if to shatter him. A powerful and domineering voice boomed like thunder, penetrating his eardrums and going straight to his brain. "Boy, how many levels did you pass?" Cratchuo asked impatiently. "The 12th level." Chunzong answered without thinking. Suddenly, the three people's eyes shone with intense light, as if 6 blazing suns were shining in the sky. "Did you pass the 12th level or the 12th level?" Ming Jiang asked quickly, his tone somewhat urgent. There is a fundamental difference between passing the 12th level and the 12th level. "The 12th level," Chunzong said with a jolt in his heart. He remembered clearly that Ming Jiang had told him to do his best, so it might be better for him not to hide. Moreover, the so-called satisfactory naturally meant that all three of them were satisfied. As for what level, it was hard to say. It all depended on the other party. "The 12th level," Ming Jiang repeated. Immediately, he exchanged glances with the Earth Temple Lord and the Heaven Execution Temple Lord. At first, they were shocked, but at their level of cultivation and experience, they quickly calmed down. "Not bad. Your performance is just passable, but I'm satisfied," the Earth Temple Lord said. Hearing that, Chunzong heaved a sigh of relief. If the Earth Temple Lord was satisfied, the other two should be satisfied as well. This meant that he could continue to stay in the eternal battle fort and grasp this opportunity. "All right, I'll leave the rest to you," Ming Jiang, the Earth Temple Lord said, and his figure quickly became blurry. "I'll give you an opportunity," the Heaven Execution Temple Lord Qing Su Mingwei said. "Obtain at least 50 consecutive victories in a month." After that, Qing Su Mingyue's figure also became blurry. After a few breaths, she disappeared under Chunzong's gaze. The Earth Temple Lord and the Heaven Execution Temple Lord left one after another, leaving only the Battle Tower Lord Ming Jiang and Chunzong. Chunzong had many questions in his heart, but he didn't know how to ask. Ming Jiang smiled. With a wave of his hand, it was as if the world had changed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in a room that looked like a study. It was the place where Ming Jiang had summoned him. "Sit." Ming Jiang smiled and sat down. With a wave of his hand, a cup of tea flew out and landed on the table in front of Chunzong. Steam rose from the cup, and the fragrance of the tea slowly spread out. There was an indescribable smell that seemed to come from beyond the heavens and was full of illusions. Chapter 1753. Updated normally. I took a nap for too long. It's late. This is the Heaven Clear Divine Tea. It can awaken the mind of the gods. Ming Jiang picked up the tea and said simply. Chunzong picked up the teacup and sniffed the aroma of the tea. He felt his mind become clear in an instant, without any distracting thoughts. He took a sip. In an instant, an indescribable feeling attacked him. He felt his mind and consciousness explode at that moment. All of his thoughts were shattered and disappeared. It was chaotic and hazy. Chunzong sat upright on the chair. His eyes were wide open and his face was frozen. He seemed to have lost his consciousness. Ming Jiang wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he drank the tea leisurely. The Heaven Green Divine Tea could also be considered a treasure at the spirit realm level. Of course, to the experts at the level of Bright Generals, it had become a good drink. However, for Chunzong, who was only at the demigod realm, the Heaven Clear Divine Tea was no small matter. This cup of tea was a treasure. Chunzong only took a small sip, which was not even 1/10 of the tea in the cup, but he felt as if his mind and consciousness were about to explode. After an unknown period of time, Chunzong gradually felt his own existence. His consciousness gathered and his mind returned to his body. He felt comfortable all over, as if he had been cleansed from the depth of his consciousness. His whole body became extremely light, as if he could fly with the wind and soar into the sky. Vaguely, Chunzong felt some changes in his body. However, it wasn't convenient for him to check it out here. "Thank you, Senior." Chunzong stood up and bowed to Ming Jiang to express his gratitude. Have a seat. Ming Jiang didn't mind. Then he said, the Eternal Battle Fort tests geniuses based on 3 criteria. First, physique. Second, fighting strength. Third, comprehension. It's relatively easy to improve both physique and fighting strength. Only comprehension is the most difficult. The in-depth test you went through is also called comprehension test. It's a test that every King Realm genius has to go through. As Chunzong listened to Ming Jiang's words, he quickly organized his thoughts. Once they entered the Eternal Battle Fort, they had to take part in the assessment. The assessment of the genius level was based on their physique and fighting strength. As for age, it was also one of the criteria, but it was relatively secondary. The only thing that was not touched upon was comprehension. What Ming Jiang said was true. His physique and combat strength could be improved better. For example, he had a low-level mortal physique at the beginning, but now he had a high-level mortal physique. He had used the heaven-stealing, earth-changing pill to improve his physique. In terms of combat power, of course, it was the cultivation method and martial arts. On the other hand, comprehension ability was related to the level of the soul, so the difficulty of improving it would undoubtedly be much greater. The test of comprehension is to comprehend the battle runes of heaven and earth. Once you comprehend the battle runes of heaven and earth, you will be able to understand the mysteries within. The mysteries of the battle runes of heaven and earth will be absorbed to increase your accumulation. You will experience this in the future, Ming Jiang continued. Chunzong vaguely understood that comprehending the battle runes of heaven and earth would consume a lot of energy for the Eternal Battle Fortress. It was also because of this that it was not easily opened. Only those who were rated as king-level geniuses had the right to enter. He was an exception. Was this a kind of honor? You were able to pass the test of comprehension because your performance was extraordinary. Ming Jiang smiled. Since you were able to pass the 12th level, you are equivalent to a top king-level genius. From now on, you will be promoted to a king-level genius. Chunzong was secretly excited. A king-level genius. He had just been promoted to a high-class genius, and now he was directly promoted to a king-level genius. The 6th level of the Battle Tower of Heaven and Earth was very difficult. He had used all his strength to pass it. If it was the 7th level, he was not confident, let alone the 8th and 9th levels. Only by passing the 9th level and entering the 10th level would he be considered a king-level genius. However, according to the previous situation, he would still need to spend a lot of time. Now that he had passed the test of comprehension, he was directly promoted to a king-level genius. He would be treated better and have a higher status. Naturally, he would be able to obtain and know more. And these were all things that Chunzong needed. Taking this opportunity, Chunzong also asked some questions in his heart. For example, why was it that he could not comprehend his Tao while here and could not make any progress? For example, what would happen when his consciousness came here to condense a body and return to his body? Also, there was the Void Demon. Almost all of Chunzong's questions were answered by Ming Jiang. Tao, what was a kind of mystery that belonged to the heaven and earth. It was comprehended in the real world and was closely related to the real world. However, the Eternal Battle Tower was a world that was far away from the real world. It was completely different. Therefore, here, he was like a rootless duckweed. Naturally, he could not comprehend and improve his Tao will. However, as long as he returned to his body, with the accumulation in the Eternal Battle Tower, his body's comprehension of the mysteries of heaven and earth would increase by leaps and bounds. At that time, his Tao will and so on would have an obvious improvement, and his strength would increase greatly. As for the body, condensed by his consciousness in the Eternal Battle Tower, once he reached the imminent God realm in the future, his body would travel the universe and his real body would arrive. This body would either be converted into pure energy to be absorbed or refined into a doppelganger. Most people would refine their bodies in a doppelganger. This surprised Chunzong. In this way, it was equivalent to obtaining a doppelganger. It was very impressive. He had the Shura doppelganger, but Chunzong was clear that it was not easy to obtain. As for the Void Demon, it was beyond Chunzong's imagination. It was an extremely powerful existence in the universe. It rampaged through the universe, slaughtering, destroying, and invading everywhere. It was a strong enemy of many forces and races in the universe. The Eternal Battle Tower had also fought with the Void Demon countless times. It was unknown how many people were injured or killed. There were also some other questions that were answered, and they were suddenly enlightened. Do you have any other questions? Ming Jiang asked with a smile. Chunzong put down the teacup. There was still less than half of the tea left in the cup, but Chunzong felt that he could not drink anymore. This meant that he could not absorb the tea. If he continued to drink, it would only create an unnecessary burden on him. It might even affect his body. No, thank you, Senior. Chunzong stood up and expressed his gratitude. In that case, I will bring you to the Thousand King Mountain where the king-level geniuses reside, Ming Jiang said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, everything changed again. This kind of method was unfathomable and unimaginable. The king-level geniuses were the true geniuses who were highly valued. The place where they lived was very different from the upper, middle, and lower-grade geniuses. At a glance, there were mountains surrounding the place. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of miles it was. It was extremely majestic and shocking. Mountains that were thousands of meters tall stood tall, pointing straight to the sky. The Eternal Battle Tower was transformed from a huge star. Naturally, it retained many landforms that belonged to the star. This mountain range was one of them. In the mountain range, the chi of heaven and earth was extremely dense. It was more than twice as dense as the upper-grade genius regions. If one stayed in such a place for a long time, a low-grade mortal body could be upgraded to a middle-grade mortal body, and a middle-grade mortal body could be upgraded to a high-grade mortal body without needing to take any pills. Even a high-grade mortal body could be upgraded to a peak-grade mortal body. As for upgrading from a peak-grade mortal body to a spiritual body, it was a kind of transformation in nature. It was not that easy, but it was not impossible. It was just that it would take a long time. Of course, those who could become king-level geniuses were mostly spiritual bodies. They were at least low-grade spiritual bodies. With the talent of a spiritual body, staying in such a place for a long time would also be beneficial. Chunzong only felt that his whole body was at ease. It was as if he had been injected with vitality and was on the verge of exploding. Currently, in the Thousand King Mountain, there are 1,000 cave mansions and 719 king-level geniuses. You are the 720th. Ming Jiang said with a smile. Either one's body had reached the spiritual body level or one's comprehension had reached the king level. Only then could one be qualified to become a king-level genius. Generally, spirit body cultivators had very high perceptivity and could reach the 10th level. Such geniuses, if placed in the Lingwu holy world, were at the level of peerless monsters. It was unknown how many generations there would be one. However, there were hundreds of them here. Chunzong was sure that hundreds were not all of them. After all, there would be people coming and going, and people would be promoted. If one generation after another accumulated, who knew how many king-level geniuses there would be? Amazing. Immediately, Chunzong chose one of the remaining 200 or so cave mansions as his cave mansion. This cave mansion was located on a mountain peak that was more than 6,000 meters high. Chunzong could name it himself. It was the right of a king-level genius. Chunzong didn't think too much about it and immediately came up with a name. Tianyuan Residence. He came from the Lingwu Holy World's Tianyuan sacred region. It was very simple and direct to name it. Then, naturally, he would receive the benefits of a newly promoted king-level genius. He could choose any upper-grade weapon, Heaven and Earth Divine Art Level 5. He could choose any 2 Heaven and Earth martial arts. They were not basic martial arts, but advanced martial arts that were stronger than basic martial arts. He could choose a basic secret skill. In addition, he could also obtain a supreme-grade Sky Pilfering Earth Pill. A low-grade Sky Pilfering Earth Pill was worth 1,000 battle achievements. A mid-grade one was worth 10,000 battle achievements. A Supreme Grade 1 was worth 1,000,000 battle achievements. It was extremely shocking. 1,000,000 battle achievements. This was enough to make one's emotions extremely excited. Under normal circumstances, king-level geniuses would exchange the Supreme Grade Sky-Pilfering Earth Pill for battle achievements. Therefore, for a period of time, they did not have to worry about not having any battle achievements to use. They were not like other geniuses who had to work hard to obtain battle achievements. For Chunzong, this Supreme-Grade Sky-Pilfering Earth Pill could improve his physique from a high-grade mortal physique to a top-grade mortal physique. It was very significant. Among the three benefits, the most valuable one was undoubtedly the Supreme-Grade Sky-Pilfering Earth Pill. However, if he wanted to exchange for the 5th level of Heaven and Earth Divine Art, he would need at least 10,000 battle achievements. As for the Advanced Martial Arts, he would need at least 10,000 battle achievements. The treatment of a king-level genius was indeed extraordinary. Since you have become a king-level genius, you must pass the 10th level of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower within a year. Ming Jiang said to Chunzong, "If you can't do it, you will be demoted. If you want to improve, it will be more difficult. In addition, the Heaven Execution Hall Master has given you an opportunity. You must seize it." Ming Jiang said seriously, but did not say what the opportunity was. Cultivation method, martial arts, or something else. Chapter 1754. On the Thousand King Mountain, many king-level geniuses were cultivating in silence, trying their best to improve themselves. On the Tianyuan Peak, which was more than 6,000 meters high, Chunzong stood in front of his cave and gazed outside the peak. Wisps of clouds were rising, and the mountain wind was blowing slowly. The dense mist lingered, making it look like a fairyland. He looked down from above, overlooking the common people. His heroic spirit was flourishing, and his lofty sentiments were boundless. In less than a year, he had improved by leaps and bounds from the bottom to the king level. When he first arrived, everything that Yang Guan said made Chunzong realize how difficult and cruel it was to be here. But now, he felt like he was in a trance, as if he was in a dream. However, although he had improved by leaps and bounds, Chunzong knew that he had put in a lot of effort. Moreover, it was because of his amazing comprehension. Otherwise, no matter how much effort he put in, he might still be at the bottom level. Where could he stand and enjoy the different scenery? Feeling refreshed, Chunzong turned around and stepped into the Tianyuan residence. This would be his cave in the Eternal Battle Fort in the future. The cave was just a general name. In fact, it was a simple palace. Chunzong began to consume the Supreme Grade Heaven Pilfering Earth Changing Pill. On the Supreme Grade Heaven Pilfering Earth Changing Pill, there were a total of 4 black lines and 4 white lines. They crisscrossed like dragons and snakes. Chunzong didn't know before, but now he could tell that the 8 lines were the 8 battle runes of heaven and earth. After taking the pill, he began to refine and absorb it, increasing the chi of heaven and earth in his body and improving his physique. He felt numb all over his body, as if thousands of ants were moving around inside him. It was more intense than before. When the pill was completely refined, Chunzong felt that his physique had improved, as if it had transcended. Top-level mortal physique. This was the top-level mortal physique. In an instant, Chunzong felt that the chi of heaven and earth around him had become more intimate, as if he could absorb and control it better. The improvement of the physique of the heaven and earth meridian would increase the compatibility of the chi of heaven and earth. After familiarizing himself with the top-level mortal physique, the compatibility between his consciousness and his body had improved. However, Chunzong felt that it was not enough. It was not the limit. Could it be that he had to continue improving? Could it be that he had to have a spiritual body to be able to completely match the strength of his consciousness? It wasn't hard to increase one's physique in the Eternal Battle Fort, but it was still difficult. After all, to increase one's physique from top-tier mortal physique to low-tier spirit physique one would need at least one peerless grade, sky-stealing, earth-changing pill. A peerless grade heaven-stealing, earth-changing pill required 10 million battle points to exchange for 10 million battle achievements. That was enough to make people feel despair. At the very least, from the looks of it, it was simply impossible to obtain one. Even 1 million battle achievements were hard to come by. Therefore, there was no need to think about the supreme, grade heaven pilfering, earth-changing pill for now. Peak mortal physique was his current limit. As for the rest, he would cultivate the Heaven and Earth Art Tier 5 first. Heaven and Earth Execution was a cultivation method. It was the foundation of cultivation. The power that was cultivated was the fundamental power. Using this power to perform martial arts would be even more powerful. The higher the level of Heaven and Earth Execution, the stronger the fundamental power. Now that he had cultivated the 4th stage to perfection, his heavenly spiritual energy and earth elemental energy had all merged into the heaven and earth elemental energy. He could begin the cultivation of the 5th stage of heaven and earth elemental energy. It just so happened that king-level geniuses could obtain the 5th level of the art of heaven and earth for free. Enlightenment. Upon enlightenment, Chunzong immediately realized that the 5th stage seemed to be easier than the 4th stage. Soon, he had completely comprehended it and grasped the essence. Of course, this was not because the 5th stage was easier than the 4th stage. In fact, the 5th stage of heaven and earth execution was more than twice as profound as the 4th stage. The reason why he could comprehend it more easily than the 4th stage was that, in addition to his own comprehension, he had benefited from the comprehension of the heaven and earth battle runes. At this point, Chunzong began to experience the benefits of the heaven and earth battle runes that he had comprehended during the in-depth examination. After comprehending the 5th stage, Chunzong began to cultivate. As soon as he started, he immediately felt the changes. Peak mortal physique, heaven and earth battle runes, 1000 King Mountain region. With 3 stages of enhancement, the cultivation speed was more than twice as fast as before. A large amount of chi of heaven and earth was constantly being absorbed and refined into his body. The heaven and earth elemental energy began to increase at a noticeable speed. As it circulated, it was refined bit by bit and became purer. As expected, the cultivation method and environment were very important and had a great impact. During the cultivation process, Chunzong felt that his body was constantly being nourished. It seemed to be improving bit by bit and transforming into a spiritual physique. However, the improvement was very subtle and difficult to detect. In other words, even if he did not take the peerless heaven and earth elixir, as long as he cultivated here for enough time, he could transform his mortal physique into a spiritual physique. It was just that he did not know how long it would take. Moreover, the higher the level of heaven and earth execution, the more obvious the effect of the reverse nourishment on the body. After cultivating for a while, Chunzong stopped cultivating heaven and earth execution and began to choose advanced martial arts techniques. A king stage genius could directly enter the ethereal realm from the cave abode. They could also directly open the exchange interface in exchange for the cultivation methods and martial arts techniques they needed. A king stage genius could choose 2 advanced martial arts techniques and a basic secret skill for free in addition to the 5th stage of heaven and earth elixir and a peerless heaven and earth elixir. In terms of level, secret skills were higher than martial arts techniques. Therefore, the value of basic secret skills was equivalent to advanced martial arts techniques. Advanced martial arts techniques were not much different from basic martial arts techniques. Chunzong looked at them one by one and slowly pondered. In the end, Chunzong chose an offensive martial arts technique called Heavenly Spirit Phantom Slash and a footwork martial arts technique called Earth Essence Crumbling Mountain. As for basic secret skills, there were only 2. One was called Heaven Gang Chi, and the other was called Earth Evil Chi. Chunzong chose Heaven Gang Chi. After making his choice, he quickly obtained them and began to comprehend and cultivate. Chunzong's method was to comprehend the essence of the 2 martial arts techniques and the basic secret skill completely. After comprehending, Shenzong immediately realized that the heaven and earth battle runes were also significantly beneficial to martial arts techniques and secret skills. At least, it had more than doubled his comprehension efficiency. His super high comprehension ability could more than double his comprehension efficiency, which was no doubt even more amazing. After comprehending the essence, the next step was naturally to cultivate. The Heavenly Spirit Phantom Slash was based on the Heavenly Spirit 9 Swords and Heavenly Spirit Phantom Slash. It was further expanded to a higher level. It could be said that the Heavenly Spirit Phantom Slash was both an offensive martial arts technique and a footwork martial arts technique. The Heavenly Spirit Phantom Slash was divided into 9 levels. The exchange for the first level alone required 10,000 battle records. Shenzong could only get the first 3 levels for free. The mystery of the heaven and earth battle runes that he comprehended after passing the 12th level not only helped Shenzong to comprehend the martial arts techniques of the heaven and earth bloodline, but also greatly benefited his cultivation. Heavenly Spirit Phantom Slash. Shenzong's eyes flashed. He unsheathed the upper grade longsword at his waist in an instant and slashed through the air. He and the sword merged into one. An almost transparent color spread out and traversed the sky, as if tearing the world apart. Immediately, a figure appeared at the other end of the sword light. Holding the sword, he turned around and killed with one slash. It was as if there were 2 Shenzongs attacking the same place one after another. The power was unparalleled. One was the real body, and the other was the phantom. Even the phantom had great power and could reach 100% of the real body's power. One level of the Heavenly Spirit Phantom Slash would condense one phantom. 9 levels meant 9 phantoms. Each phantom had 100% of the real body's power. It was terrifying. The Earthly Collapse Mountain Footwork technique was an improved version of the Earthly Stomp. It incorporated some of the mysteries of the Earthly Strike. It was a footwork technique, but it could also be used as an attack. The Earthly Collapse Mountain Footwork was also divided into 9 steps. Each step had a level. The first step required 10,000 battle records. As for the second level, or the second step, it required 50,000 battle records. The third level, or the third step, required 100,000 battle records. The Celestial Gang Chi was a secret technique to increase speed. Qing Su Mingyue, the master of the Heaven Execution Palace, gave him 1 month. In total, Shenzong spent 20 days to cultivate his cultivation technique and advanced martial arts techniques. On the 21st day, he entered the virtual cabin and stepped into the virtual realm. It was more than a month before Shenzong entered the virtual realm again. His reputation of having 30 consecutive victories had long been forgotten. However, from now on, his name would be remembered by more people. Battle. Soon, Shenzong obtained 10 consecutive victories. However, he didn't announce it. This was because this was only one of the results that Shenzong had achieved before. 20 consecutive victories. 30 consecutive victories. The level of the war soldier continued to increase and reach the 9th stage. During this period, although he encountered several powerful opponents, they were all defeated by Shenzong. Peak Mortal Physique. Heaven Earth Execution 5th level. Shenzong didn't even need to use the Heavenly Spirit Phantom Slash, the Earthly Collapse Mountain Footwork, or the Celestial Gang Chi. He used the 4 fundamental martial arts to defeat one strong opponent after another. This caused the spectators to be extremely shocked. The 31st battle began. The opponent was a 9th stage war soldier. The 9th stage war soldier was the upper limit. Only titled war soldiers could surpass it. To become a titled war soldier, 2 conditions had to be met. First, the war soldier had to reach the 9th stage. Second, the war soldier had to obtain at least 50 consecutive victories. Shenzong won consecutive battles and obtained 39 consecutive victories. The 40th battle began. The opponent wasn't a titled war soldier, but he was also a strong opponent who had obtained 43 consecutive victories. A king stage genius only has a peak mortal physique. Against me, you can only stop here. Shin Mingho, who was dressed in a black robe, had an evil smile on his face. His eyes emitted an intense cold light as he stared at Shenzong. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, piercing through the air and penetrating everything. However, Shenzong only smiled and didn't reply. This reaction immediately caused Shen Mingho to raise his eyebrows. A hint of anger flashed through his eyes. He activated the fifth stage of heaven and earth execution. The tyrannical heaven and earth execution instantly erupted and swept out in all directions like storm. A ninth-stage war soldier, a veteran ninth-stage war soldier. Although Shen Mingho wasn't a king-stage genius, he was still one of the top geniuses. He had already exchanged for the fifth stage of heaven and earth execution and cultivated it for a long time. He was very powerful. In an instant, Shen Mingho took a step forward. The first step of the earth collapse mountain. The entire arena trembled in an instant. It was as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were swaying. Layers of ripples crazily spread out and rushed in all directions. It was as if everything in the surroundings was going to collapse. This step was even more astonishing than the perfect earth origin stomp. It caused Shenzong's body to sway slightly, as if he was about to lose his balance. With a boom, Shen Mingho's foot exploded with an incomparably astonishing power. It was as if the arena was about to collapse. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a black demonic lightning that traversed the void. He unsheathed his long saber and instantly closed in on Shenzong. He tore through the air and brazenly chopped down with his saber. It was extremely domineering and had astonishing power. Chapter 1755. After a nap, I had a dream. I dreamt that I kept picking up money, and they were all pennies. Is this the person that the palace lord wants me to keep an eye on? I wonder if he can win this battle. An expert in the dark stared at the battle between Shenzong and Shen Mingho. Shen Mingho's heaven and earth true gang was vigorous and powerful. His fundamental martial arts had all reached the perfect realm. Every move he made was shockingly powerful. If it was before, Shenzong would be no match for him. He would probably be defeated in less than 10 moves. But now it was different. With a sword in hand, they fought fiercely. He stepped out with the earthly collapsing mountain steps again. His aura surged and became more and more powerful. The saber slashed down from the sky as if it could split heaven and earth into two. The second step of the 9 steps of earthly collapsing mountain was more powerful than the first. The power of the third step was also more powerful than the second. Shen Mingho had obviously reached the second step. Then, Shenzong took the second step. Incomparably shocking energy ripples collided with each other, as if the arena was about to collapse. Countless cracks appeared, and fine fragments spread out. It looked as if the arena had been shattered into sand and would crumble into dust at any time. Their auras collided with each other, creating a series of earth-shattering roars that shook all directions. Then, Shenzong took the third step. The power of the third step was more powerful than before. It directly repelled Shen Mingho's aura and advanced rapidly. Earthly strike. Shenzong slashed out with his sword. The third step of the earthly collapsing mountain was more powerful than before. Defeated. Drove straight in. 9 heavenly spirit strikes. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes, unleashed by the 5th layer of the art of heaven and earth, became even more terrifying in an instant. Moreover, it was like a white fog that surged like the sea and swept over in a mighty manner. Shen Mingho was swallowed by the sword radiance in an instant. The heavenly Lingwu art was light and agile, while the earthly martial arts were steady and powerful. They were completely different, like light and heavy. Shenzong, on the other hand, grasped all of them in an instant, switching between them with ease. Fast and slow. Endless changes. Transformative stage. 9 heavenly spirit strikes. The sword light transformed into a sea of clouds that engulfed the surroundings and enveloped everything. Then, a sword light that seemed to be the most dazzling in the world shot out. It was like the primordial divine light that split the heavens and the earth like the eternal divine lightning that tore apart the void of the universe. Kill. This sword broke through all of Shun Mingho's defenses and pierced through his body. Shin Mingho's eyes were filled with shock. He had actually been killed. Was this the ability of a king stage genius? However, how could a peak mortal physique become a king stage genius? Ninth phase warrior Chunzong has obtained 40 consecutive victories. Chunzong's deep voice was full of vigor. Suddenly, many people were startled and recalled that last month, Chunzong had already won 30 consecutive matches. There were even more curious people. When they checked the information, they were all shocked. If I remember correctly, Chunzong was only an intermediate genius. No, you're wrong. Chunzong is a lower genius. I've seen his first match. At that time, he was evaluated as a lower genius, the lowest of the low geniuses. Someone said with certainty, he was a lower genius before, but now he's a king stage genius. What happened in between? Many people were curious. After all, there weren't many king stage geniuses in the heavenly bloodline. All of them were either still cultivating and hadn't appeared yet, or had already become famous. Almost all of these king stage geniuses were evaluated in the first test. They were innate king stage geniuses. Of course, there are also some king stage geniuses who became king stage geniuses later on, but they were usually the top geniuses. For example, Chunzong, who was only a lower genius at the beginning, became a king stage genius in just a year. It was simply unbelievable. Many people even secretly guessed that Chunzong might be the illegitimate son of some almighty from the heavenly bloodline in the eternal battle fort. After obtaining 40 consecutive victories, Chunzong didn't stop. Instead, he rested for a while to recover his strength and continue to fight. He didn't know that many people had already paid more attention to him. However, Chunzong's information wasn't top secret, and he didn't deliberately hide it. It wasn't difficult to find out. After checking, it was even more shocking. He had passed the 6th level of the heavenly bloodline battle tower and entered the 7th level. He had obtained 40 consecutive victories in the Void Realm. Even so, it was impossible for him to become a king stage genius. There was also information that most people couldn't find out. It was the information from Chunzong's in-depth test. He became a king stage genius from a lower genius in a year. Many king stage geniuses were stunned when they heard the news. We should get to know this person. In the Thousand King Mountain, some king stage geniuses said secretly, "This person must have a big secret." Some king stage geniuses' eyes flashed. King stage geniuses only represented talent, not temperament. Peerless geniuses weren't necessarily righteous. The level of one's talent and strength had nothing to do with one's temperament. Many absolute formidable martial artists were both righteous and evil. Some are even evil. In the Mirage, Chunzong obtained 41 consecutive victories, 42 consecutive victories, 43 consecutive victories, 44 consecutive victories, 45 consecutive victories. Chunzong continuously defeated his opponents and obtained consecutive victories. He was getting closer to 50 consecutive victories. In a normal winning streak, his opponents weren't very strong. They were all stage 9 martial soldiers. 49 consecutive victories. The next battle was to achieve 50 consecutive victories. Chunzong had a premonition that this opponent would be very strong. He would be stronger than Shun Mingho, who had obtained 40 consecutive victories. The thousands of spectators were also looking forward to it. They were looking forward to Chunzong's opponent. I'm guessing that it must be a titled warrior. It must be a titled warrior, but I'm not sure who it is. I wonder if it's a marquis or king-ranked warrior. Every titled warrior was very powerful. However, the titles of titled warriors were also divided into different levels. The lowest rank was the marquis rank. Normally, only geniuses below the king stage or ordinary king stage geniuses could obtain such a title. As for the king stage title, only powerful king stage geniuses could obtain it. In the past, most of the opponents who obtained 50 consecutive victories were marquis rank. This time, it should be marquis rank as well. Maybe it's king ranked, someone joked. A titled warrior could obtain a title after a stage 9 martial soldier obtained 50 consecutive victories. King-ranked warriors were much stronger than marquee rank warriors. Simply put, a marquee rank warrior's potential was at most 60 consecutive victories. He would stop at 69 consecutive victories and would not be able to obtain 70 consecutive victories. Of course, there were exceptions. However, as long as one could obtain 70 consecutive victories, he would be promoted to king-ranked. A king-ranked warrior's potential was to obtain 70 consecutive victories. However, it was hard to say if he could obtain 80 consecutive victories. Once he obtained 90 consecutive victories, he would be promoted to king-ranked. Obtaining a title wasn't just an honor. It was also a substantial reward. The black and white door opened, but nothing happened. One breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. A foot wearing a pair of black battle shoes stepped out. Her legs were long and slender, and her body was as strong as a cheetah's. She was wrapped tightly in a martial robe, revealing her soul-stirring curves. Such a body was pleasing to the eyes and aroused the desires of others. However, when one looked at her face, one would be stunned. It was as if one had been doused with ice water. All the flames in one's body were extinguished. A large bruise covered half of her face, ruining what should have been a beautiful face. It's her. Hunting Knight Marquis. Hunting Knight Marquis has already obtained 69 consecutive victories. If he wins this battle, he will obtain 70 consecutive victories. When that happens, he will be promoted to king-ranked. 49 consecutive victories. 69 consecutive victories. Both parties had reached the critical point of having 100 consecutive victories. If they won this battle, it would be completely different. Hunting Knight Marquis's eyes were as sharp as a knife. They pierced through the sky and stared at Chunzong's face. Instantly, Chunzong felt as if he was being torn apart. His skin felt as if it was being cut by a knife. Stand there and don't move. Just let me cut you once. Hunting Knight Marquis's voice was a little sharp, which destroyed the temptation of her body. As soon as he finished speaking, Hunting Knight Marquis dashed out like a black cheetah in the dark. He turned into a black bolt of lightning and tore through the void. His speed was shocking, but he made no sound. In an instant, he crossed hundreds of meters and approached Chunzong. Too fast. Compared to Shin Mingho, he was much faster. Being as fast as lightning wasn't just a metaphor. In an instant, a cold black blade light flashed through the void. Without a sound, it cut towards Chunzong's neck. Chunzong's eyes flashed. He didn't move, but his long sword was unsheathed. The sword seemed slow, but it arrived first, blocking the black blade light. The black blade light touched the sword and immediately cut down. It turned into a black crescent moon, as if it wanted to tear Chunzong's body apart. Chunzong's expression was solemn. With a sword in hand, he immediately blocked the second attack. In an instant, the black crescent moon collapsed. The black dagger turned into a stream of light and pierced through the sky, stabbing towards Chunzong's heart. At the same time, another black stream of light also pierced through the void, stabbing towards Chunzong's forehead. The second attack was so sudden that it was hard to defend against. But all of this was within Chunzong's expectations. With a single sword, he blocked 2 attacks. With a twist of his wrist, he twisted his sword. The sword light spun and immediately counterattacked. The sword slashed horizontally, and the body of the sword was steady. It was like a moving mountain, and it contained a steady, powerful, and domineering aura. Although it was just an ordinary sword attack, it incorporated the mystery of the earthly strike. Its power was tyrannical. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of a moving mountain. It was like a huge wave surging, powerful and heavy, suppressing the sky. But in an instant, the Hunting Knight Marquis turned into a stream of black light and escaped from Chunzong's counterattack. When he reappeared, he was behind Chunzong, shooting down from the sky. The black dagger in her hand broke through the air and instantly rolled up a terrible black blade storm, crushing everything. However, she didn't crush Chunzong's real body. It was just a shadow left behind by the heavenly spirit illusion. The sword and saber collided. In an instant, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. Sparks sputtered in all directions. Whether it was the hunting knight marquis dual sabers or Chunzong's long sword, it was as if they had merged into one. It was extremely exquisite. What a brilliant saber and sword technique. The hunting knight marquis saber technique is strange and changeable. It's as fast as lightning, and its angles are tricky. When you fight with her, you have to be vigilant and be on guard at all times. Otherwise, you won't know when you'll be injured. Chapter 1756. Please pay attention to the public account. 6 Paths of Depravity. Tomorrow, the 6 Paths will release the second chapter of the main character story on Earth. This was the arena that Chunzong had chosen for the battle. On the square arena, hunting knight marquis shuttled back and forth like a bolt of black lightning. The 2 blades in his hands were extremely sharp. They were top-grade weapons that could increase one's attack power by 40%. It was very terrifying. In comparison, Chunzong's longsword could only increase one's attack power by 30%. The difference of 10% did not sound like much, but it was very obvious. If 2 people were of the same strength, but there was a 10% difference in attack power because of their weapons, the difference would be very obvious. For experts with superb martial arts and rich combat experience, any slight difference in strength would be grasped and expanded, turning into an advantage. Hunting Knight Marquis was like a hunter who was born to blend into the darkness. He was agile and vigorous. His blade techniques were exquisite and tricky. Every strike contained a shocking amount of killing intent and power, cutting through everything. The 2 blades were extremely sharp and seemed to have a terrifying power that could tear through everything. After many exchanges, Chunzong could feel that it was not a power that was specially cultivated, but a technique that the Knight Hunting Marquis used to use his blade to control his strength. This technique was very strange and seemed to require unique skill. Even if Chunzong had outstanding perception, he could not understand it and grasp its mysteries. But one thing was for sure. If one was hit by this blade, it would definitely cause a greater injury or even be directly torn apart. Hunting Knight Marquis kept attacking. It was like black lightning crisscrossing at an extremely fast speed. It was as if he had turned into countless phantoms that surrounded Chunzong. The 2 blades seemed to have disappeared completely, as if they had turned into wisps of black smoke that blended into the void. They kept rushing at Chunzong from all directions. The Heaven and Earth True Star was a color with a little bit of black. It was almost transparent, but the short blades were black. Therefore, the attacks also looked black. Chunzong was in the middle of it, standing firm. With a sword in hand, he blocked all of Hunting Knight Marquis attacks. No matter how fast, strange, or tricky the attacks were, they could not break through Chunzong's sword circle. This scene shocked the thousands of people who saw it. The Hunting Knight Marquis attacked while secretly feeling shocked. This time, he had obtained 69 consecutive victories. His goal was to obtain 70 consecutive victories. Under normal circumstances, his opponent should be a king-ranked martial artist who had a higher winning streak than him. How could it be a newbie who had 49 consecutive victories and was about to achieve 50 consecutive victories? He didn't know why, but he knew that as long as he could defeat his opponent, he would be able to win 70 matches in a row. His title Battle Pet Warrior rank would be upgraded, and he would be rewarded with more rewards. But now, he realized that although this person's cultivation was not as strong as his, and his weapon was not as good as his swordsmanship was incomparably superb, and his use of strength was even more astonishing. For a moment, he was actually unable to break through his opponent's defense and kill him. In fact, he was unable to suppress the other party. Indeed, in terms of cultivation, the Knight Hunting Marquis had already reached the completion of the 5th layer of Heaven and Earth execution, while Chunzong had just reached the 5th layer not long ago. He had only reached the minor completion level, and there was still a major completion level between them. Therefore, there was a difference in the quantity and power of the heaven and earth execution. The difference in cultivation base and weapons was very obvious when added together. However, Chunzong also had his own advantages. His swordsmanship was extremely superb, and even the hunting knight hunting marquis saber skills could not compare. With his superb swordsmanship, Chunzong directly blocked all of the hunting knight hunting marquis attacks. Since that is the case, have a taste of this move of mine. The hunting knight hunting marquis sharp voice suddenly rang out. In an instant, his eyes were filled with traces of silver white as he entered the freedom state. In an instant, a black aura permeated the air like a dense fog, and the surroundings were completely dyed in darkness. Darkness Hunt. Almost every titled martial artist would combine the Heaven and Earth's martial arts foundation with their own body's martial arts attainments to create a powerful ultimate killing move. Perhaps its power might not be as strong as the Heaven and Earth's advanced martial arts, but it was created by oneself and had unlimited possibilities and potential to be improved. Freedom State. In the darkness, the hunting knight hunting marquis seemed to have turned into a hunter of darkness, hunting everything. The creation of this move was closely related to the environment of the world she was born in. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong felt as if he had become a prey and was being targeted. The other party melted into the darkness and disappeared. It was as if the other party could appear anywhere at any time to launch a fatal attack on him. High alert. His hair stood on end. This kind of pressure and threat, as expected, a titled martial artist was very powerful and shocking. Even if she was only a titled martial artist, she was still extremely shocking. Freedom State. Chunzong also entered this state and took a step further to control his body. Under the freedom state, his senses were also raised to the extreme, as if he had surpassed his own limits and was able to control everything around him. 9 heavenly spirit strikes. Transformation state. Chunzong had only cultivated here for a short time, so he did not have enough foundation to combine his own accumulation with the Heaven and Earth's martial arts and create his own ultimate move. However, the transformation state of 9 heavenly spirit strikes was not to be underestimated. The sword light turned into a surging sea of clouds, spreading in all directions, as if it wanted to break through the shroud of darkness. However, this darkness was very powerful and shocking, as if it could swallow everything. It completely dissolved Chunzong's sword light into nothingness. That peerless sword light pierced through the air, as if it was tearing the darkness apart. It was like a divine light that streaked across the void of the universe, but it only bloomed for a moment before it was swallowed by the darkness. Chunzong's move was indeed strong, but the hunting knight hunting marquis darkness hunt was even stronger. The darkness shrouded and the hunting knight hunting marquis seemed to have disappeared, completely blending into the darkness. He was only waiting for the best opportunity to launch a fatal attack on Chunzong, deciding the outcome in one move. This kind of power was not inferior to low-level advanced martial arts, such as the first 3 levels of the Heavenly Spirit Illusion or the first 3 steps of the Earth Collapsing Mountain. Chunzong's sharp senses allowed him to feel that there was a pair of sharp and ruthless eyes staring at him, but he could not tell where it came from. The feeling of having his hair stand on end spread throughout his body. Stand still and do not move. Chunzong waited for the other side to make a move. What the other side needed was an opening. Then he would give it to the other side. However, this opening could not appear too suddenly. Otherwise, the other side would see through it with a single glance. Invisibly, it turned into an invisible battle of wills. Chunzong held his sword horizontally in front of him, his eyes focused, as if he wanted to see through the darkness. From the outside, the thousands of spectators could only see darkness. They could not see the person in the darkness, nor could they hear anything. In this darkness, there was a certain degree of deprivation of the 5 senses. It would create a great disturbance, causing people to lose their precise judgment and be killed. However, Chunzong's consciousness was shockingly strong. Although he had not completely merged with his body, he could resist this kind of blurring of the five senses. Taking a step forward, Chun Zong slowly walked. Walking in the darkness, he looked very vigilant. Immediately, seemingly inadvertently, Chun Zong revealed a flaw. However, in an instant, Chun Zong immediately reacted and the flaw disappeared. The darkness seemed to be endless. No matter how he walked, he could not walk out of it. Chun Zong revealed a flaw again, but he also reacted quickly and eliminated the flaw. The third time. The moment Chun Zong revealed a flaw for the third time, Hunting Night Marquis moved. Seizing this flaw that appeared in an instant, he attacked with his two blades. It turned into a dark thunder that pierced through the void of the universe and tore through time. It carried a supreme, killing intent and instantly attacked. This attack condensed all the strength of Hunting Night Marquis. He even activated a basic secret technique, Celestial Gang Energy, which increased his speed by several times and made him even faster. After all, based on his previous observation, the other side immediately noticed and eliminated the flaw as soon as it appeared. Therefore, this was a rare opportunity that could not be missed. However, he did not know that this was Chun Zong's purpose. It was an invisible battle, a battle against the opponent's mentality to win. In this battle of mentality, Chun Zong had the upper hand. Next, it was up to Chun Zong to deal with this killing blow and how to counterattack. In an instant, the extremely terrifying fatal blow arrived, piercing through the vacuum of the sun and moon. It was also at this moment that Chun Zong turned around and slashed out with his sword. However, the power of this attack was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it shattered Chun Zong's sword light and continued to advance like a hot knife through butter. It shattered inch by inch and pierced through Chun Zong's body. The extremely terrifying power also exploded in an instant, sweeping in all directions and destroying Chun Zong's body. Hunting Night Marquis was not happy at all. Instead, his face was solemn and a cold light flashed in his eyes. She realized that something was wrong. In that instant, she did not feel like she had defeated the opponent, but the opponent's sword had an astonishing power. In an instant, Hunting Night Marquis realized that she had been tricked. At the same time, Chun Zong appeared beside her and slashed out with his sword. The sword light was like a crescent moon that tore through the sky, bringing with it an extreme, killing intent and terrifying power. Hunting Night Marquis' body turned, as if he had turned into a tornado. His two blades slashed out, blocking Chun Zong's sword and counterattacking. The two blades crisscrossed, like the fierce fangs of the dark, bloody and fierce to the extreme. Kill! In an instant, Chun Zong's body was torn apart again. The third beam of sword light abruptly lit up, instantly slashing out. This was a peerless beam of sword light that contained the entirety of Chun Zong's strength. Under the heavenly dipper, Qi, the speed of this sword was raised to the extreme. Kill! The second half of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. When the killing blow appeared, the killing intent was earth-shattering. Hunting Night Marquis could not dodge this attack. He could not even react. He could only barely move his body. The moment he barely dodged, his body was pierced through. The terrifying power exploded and rushed into his body. Another figure appeared and slashed down with his sword. The heavily injured Hunting Night Marquis could not dodge at all and was directly cut in half. Dead. Death. Hunting Night Marquis finally realized how he had died. Phase 9 fighter Chun Zong has obtained 50 consecutive victories. The voice rang out. It was broadcasted in a large area, letting more people know. At the same time, a low voice rang in Chun Zong's ears, asking what title Chun Zong wanted. Chapter 1757. The second chapter of the story of the lone god of Sword Dao, Big Boss Chu on Earth, has been published on the public account. 6 Dao Fall. Please read it. Stage 9 Warrior Chun Zong, nicknamed Tian Yuan. Outstanding potential. Specially bestowed with the title of Tian Yuan, Sword King. Stage 9 Warrior Chun Zong, nicknamed Tianyuan. Outstanding potential. Specially bestowed with the title of Tianyuan Sword King. Stage 9 Warrior Chunzong, nicknamed Tianyuan. Outstanding potential. Specially bestowed with the title of Tianyuan Sword King. 3 times in a row, the deep and vigorous voice reverberated throughout the 10,000 realms. Everyone in the mirage could hear it clearly. Titled Sword King, he actually obtained a king-level title in one go. The 2 words Tianyuan didn't attract much attention. This was because the title was usually given by oneself or by others. Only the titles after the title were important. Nicknamed Saber meant that one had astonishing and unfathomable attainments in Saber Dao. Nicknamed Sword meant that one had astonishing and unfathomable attainments in Sword Dao. Of course, there were some titles that didn't include saber or sword, such as Marquis hunting the night. In most cases, a Stage 9 warrior with a 50 win streak would obtain a title of Marquis. Only a few could directly obtain a king-level title. Directly obtaining a king-level title also meant that one could obtain at least 70 consecutive wins in the Mirage. It was extremely shocking. Chunzong obtained a king-level title directly. This indirectly proved that he had outstanding potential. King-level. Marquis hunting the night was in her own Mirage. When she heard the news, she was first stunned. Then, a cold light flashed in her eyes. Her body emitted traces of fierceness. Even though she was defeated by Chunzong, she wasn't afraid at all. As the most outstanding prodigy in this world, Marquis hunting the night wasn't very outstanding at first. On the contrary, she was more ordinary. However, it was because of her unyielding will and belief that the more she battled, the stronger she became. Finally, she surpassed all the other prodigies in this world and obtained the eternal heaven and earth token. Here, she also experienced many failures. However, she wasn't discouraged at all. Instead, they became her motivation to move forward. It was like that in the past, and it is like that now. I will definitely surpass you, the night hunting Marquis said in a solemn voice. His sharp voice contained unparalleled fighting spirit and determination. Shortly after, the Marquis of the Night hunting Marquis began to immerse himself in recalling the battle between him and his opponent. The more she thought about it, the more she realized how terrifying her opponent was. Although his cultivation was inferior to hers, his swordsmanship was superior to her saber technique. Moreover, when she used her ultimate move, Dark Hunt, her opponent had unknowingly set up a trap and pretended to inadvertently reveal a flaw. On the contrary, he was eager to win. In the end, he was attracted by his opponent's weakness and fell into his trap. This was the first step. The second step was to cultivate his opponent's heavenly spirit illusory body / to the third layer. Furthermore, the usage of this technique was extremely brilliant, using an illusory body to replace the real body for him to kill. This would exhaust his strength and then wait for an opportunity to counterattack. It had to be said that this was a very terrifying opponent. He was not inferior to the top hunters in the world he came from. The more he analyzed, the more interested the night hunting Marquis was in Chunzong, and the more determined he was to defeat him. Chunzong did not know that he had become the prey in the eyes of the night hunting Marquis. Obtaining 50 consecutive victories and a king rank title would not only increase his battle record, but he would also receive additional rewards. Simply put, as long as he could obtain a king rank title, he would receive rewards from the Mirage. Marquis ranked rewards could not compare to king ranked rewards. Chunzong was now a king ranked martial artist. Naturally, his rewards were better. The first reward, 100,000 battle records. The second reward, Heaven and Earth Divine, Art Level 6. The third reward, a custom-made Supreme Grade combat weapon. Only 1/10 of the battle records were required. Very quickly, 100,000 battle records entered Chunzong's Heaven and Earth Divine, Art Level 6. The contents of Chunzong's Heaven and Earth Divine, Art Level 6 also entered his mind for Chunzong to comprehend. 100,000 battle records was the most direct reward, but it was also the least valuable. The fourth layer of heaven and earth divine art required 10,000 battle records. The fifth layer required 100,000 battle records, and the sixth layer required 1,000,000 battle records. If he sold it, Chunzong would immediately receive 1,000,000 battle records. However, he had not cultivated the sixth layer yet. Naturally, he could not sell it. Of course, it was directly transmitted to his mind. He could not sell it either. The third reward, a custom-made supreme-grade combat weapon. A low-grade weapon was worth 1,000 battle points. A middle-grade weapon was worth 10,000. A high-grade weapon was worth 100,000. A supreme-grade weapon was worth 1,000,000. And a supreme-grade weapon was worth 10,000,000 battle points. 10,000,000 battle records. Just thinking about it was shocking. It was hard to take it out. Thus, it was undoubtedly very difficult to obtain a supreme-grade combat weapon. Even supreme-grade combat weapons required 1,000,000 battle records, let alone supreme-grade combat weapons. Based on this situation, it was even more difficult. The good thing was that as a king-rank title, one only had to pay 1/10 of the battle records, which was 1,000,000 battle records. Then, one would be able to obtain a supreme-grade combat weapon. What's more, it would be a custom-made one. Custom-made meant that one had to design the weapon according to one's preferences. However, it was a pity that Chunzong did not have 1,000,000 battle records now. He could only keep this reward for now. Of course, Chunzong could also sell it. However, he did not have any supreme-grade combat weapons to use. Naturally, he would not sell them. After doing some calculations, he realized that his battle records in the Eternal Heaven and Earth Divine Art token were close to 200,000. Compared to when he had just entered the Eternal Battle Fort, he had increased many times. The Heaven Execution Hall Master wants me to obtain at least 50 consecutive victories in a month. He will give me an opportunity. Chunzong pondered. His eyes glowed. Does this mean that 50 consecutive victories is the basic requirement? The more consecutive victories I have, the greater the opportunity one will get in the end? According to the literal meaning, that should be the case. Then, after recovering his strength, he would continue to challenge. The 51st battle began. The Heaven Execution Hall Master meant that he would continue to win until he was defeated. Chunzong was unstoppable. 51 consecutive victories. 52 consecutive victories. 53 consecutive victories. One battle after another, his opponents seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Basically, all of them were Marquis realm. However, these people were not as strong as Marquis hunting the night. Even though they were all Marquis realm, there were differences in strength. 59 consecutive victories. At this moment, the number of spectators had exceeded 10,000. The continuous battles also gave Chunzong a chance to temper himself. Vaguely, he was able to improve even more. The next battle would be 60 consecutive victories. His opponent would be even stronger. Chunzong's breathing was steady. He stared at the open black and white door, waiting for his opponent to appear. Would it be a top-notch Marquis realm martial artist? Or a king-ranked martial artist? Chunzong was hoping for the latter. A saber tip pierced through the black and white door. It emanated a terrifying, murderous aura. It was as if a saber aura storm had swept out. Every wisp of saber aura emanated a terrifying and cold, murderous aura. It cut in all directions, causing chills to run down one's spine. Such an entrance. It's him, the Extinction Saber King. Exclamations rang out continuously. It was as if the Extinction Saber King was a terrifying existence. After the black saber tip with a hint of blood, the complete saber body appeared. Following that, 5 pale and slender fingers gripped the saber hilt tightly. A slender figure in a black robe, covered with blood-red patterns, stepped out of the black and white door. His pale face seemed to be devoid of blood, but his eyes were incomparably dark and deep. Vaguely, there seemed to be a trace of blood radiance bursting out from them. When this pair of eyes stared at him, Chunzong's body tensed up subconsciously. He felt as if the gaze had turned into a saber and cut through his skin. It was hair-raising. The blade drooped down and pointed diagonally to the ground. A smile appeared on the Extinction Saber King's pale face. It looked like a faint smile, a very ordinary look, but for some reason, it gave people a horrifying feeling. So that's how it is. I'm your opponent for 60 consecutive victories. The corners of the Extinction Saber King's mouth curled into a smile as he spoke unhurriedly. His voice had a feminine charm, like gusts of wind blowing, blending into the void and entering one's ears from all directions. Shenzong did not answer. His intuition told him that this person was terrifying. This was a formidable opponent. A formidable opponent who was much stronger than the Marquis of the Night Hunt. Traces of faintly discernible aura fluctuations emanated from the opponent's body. It was as sharp as a saber and seemed to want to cut and tear Shenzong apart. Compared to Shenzong, this Extinction Saber King had been in the eternal battle for it for a long time. The Extinction Saber King was a peerless demon-like talent in a great world. He was an unparalleled existence. He had been in the eternal battle for it for a few years. He was a few times more powerful than Shenzong. Moreover, he was a king-grade genius from the start. He had received a huge amount of resources and benefits. With his own abilities, resources, and benefits, the Extinction Saber King's strength increased very quickly. Now, among the king-ranked battle soldiers, the Extinction Saber King's strength was not at the bottom. He was in the middle level and was very terrifying. This time, he's going to lose. The Extinction Saber King's strength is too terrifying. Besides a few top-notch king-ranked martial artists, who can be his opponent? Unfortunate. What a great misfortune. None of them thought highly of Shenzong. After all, compared to the Extinction Saber King, Shenzong was just a new talent. He was a rising star and had just shown his talent. However, the Extinction Saber King's power had been around for a few years. With the saber in his hand, he proved his strength. Everyone who had seen the Extinction Saber King's saber skills were shocked. Even those top-notch king-ranked martial artists had to admit the Extinction Saber King's strength and threat. The Extinction Saber King was a terrifying expert who had achieved 80 consecutive victories. His highest record was 89 consecutive victories. When he was trying to achieve 90 consecutive victories, he met a top-notch king-ranked martial artist. After an intense battle, he was defeated. Although he was defeated, everyone saw the Extinction Saber King's strength. Draw your sword. I hope you can let me strike a few more times. On the Extinction Saber King's pale face, there was still a slight smile. His gentle voice blended with the wind and blew into Shenzong's eardrums. It brought a chill to him for no reason. The Extinction Saber King pointed his saber, and a shocking saber intent emanated from saber. It cut through the void and forced its way forward. Chapter 1758. Wherever the blade pointed, traces of saber will fill the air. The saber will contain an indescribable aura that seemed to attack one's mind and will, making one feel lost and depressed. Shenzong was slightly surprised. He felt the influence of the opponent's saber will aura and became more vigilant. If he guessed correctly, the opponent should have mastered a kind of Tao will related to emotions. The 7 emotions and 6 desires could all become Tao. However, it was very difficult to comprehend and master Tao will through emotions. Shenzong had never encountered this in the Tianyuan sanctuary, so he was even more vigilant. Difficulties often represented strength. The long sword was unsheathed and placed horizontally in front of him. Traces of sword will condensed. An invisible sword chi filled the air, making Shenzong look like he was about to condense a sword domain. Under the pressure of the opponent, his own sword will and sword chi became more and more condensed. Not bad. Maybe you can block a few more of my attacks. The invincible Saber King spoke again. His feminine voice was tinged with a cold sharpness. Even the spectators felt a chill and could not help but shiver. As his voice fell, the invincible Saber King took a step forward. This step was very light, as if he was taking a stroll. However, the moment his foot landed, It was as if a trace of aura had turned into a ripple, with the sole of his foot as the center, quickly spreading out. It was like a ripple of flowing water. In just an instant, it filled the entire arena. Shenzong only felt that the arena under his feet seemed to have turned into a ripple of water. His eyes were also in a trance for a moment. The invincible Saber King's figure was slightly distorted. In the next moment, it dispersed like a cloud and disappeared. Danger. In an instant, an extremely strong sense of danger exploded from between his eyebrows. It was like a storm that swept through his entire body. An indescribable tremor hit him, as if thunder and lightning had penetrated his body. His hair stood on end, and a chill ran down his spine and went straight to his brain. His subconscious that had been tempered thousands of times burst out. Shenzong struck out with his sword, as if to tear the void. In an instant, there was an extremely sharp sound of sword and saber clashing that seemed to tear everything apart. This sword narrowly blocked the invincible Saber King's attack. At the same time, the invincible Saber King's blurry figure appeared. Flicker. It rippled like water and smoke before disappearing in an instant. Shenzong couldn't see it with his eyes. He could only rely on his super strong perception to sense it. It was very vague. If he had not managed to block that attack, he would have been killed instantly. However, blocking a blade did not mean that he was safe. That slash was perhaps just a probing slash from the Extinction Saber King, and he did not use his full strength. That was the truth. He had only used 70% of his strength in that slash. In the next slash, he had used all of his strength. The difference between 100% strength and 70% strength was very obvious. The sense of crisis grew stronger and stronger, almost suffocating Shenzong. Even his heart almost stopped beating. Unfortunately, the heart domain of his main body was unable to be used here. When he wanted to use it, he felt as if he was restricted by some invisible shackles. It seemed to be because his consciousness and body were not coordinated enough. Only by solving this problem could some of the methods of the main body be used here. For example, the heart domain had great benefits in battle. If the heart domain was present, it could spread out. Perhaps he could clearly sense the location of the Extinction Saber King, and it would not be as vague as it was now. Suddenly, a murderous intent filled the void. Behind Shenzong, a blade seemed to pierce through the void. It pierced through his back, wanting to pierce through Shenzong's heart. As expected, Shenzong's body was pierced through in an instant. The terrifying saber essence swept across and tore Shenzong's body apart in an instant. However, it was only an illusory body. The sword light crossed the sky and attacked directly. The sword moved in all directions, boundless. Kill. This sword condensed all of Shenzong's strength. He seized the opportunity when the opponent pierced through his illusory body to attack. The timing was perfect. Facing this sword, the Extinction Saber King's face seemed to flash with a trace of astonishment. He was astonished that the other party could actually avoid the fatal blow of his full power and even seize the opportunity to counterattack. As expected, his combat talent was outstanding and his swordsmanship was superb. However, strength was strength and the gap was the gap. Without any reluctance or intention to dodge, the Extinction Saber King attacked with his saber. At the moment when the saber and sword collided, Shenzong suddenly felt an extremely terrifying force from his opponent's saber. It directly shook the long sword away. The force was extremely sharp through the sword, as if it wanted to cut and tear his arm apart. Along with the terrifying force, there was a terrifying will that directly attacked his mind. It was filled with endless despair, as if it wanted to drag him into the abyss of despair and sink into it forever. Saber essence of despair. This was a topped-out essence that had reached the extreme realm. With just one strike, he was defeated and fell into a disadvantage. This made Shenzong realize how terrifying his opponent was. Illusory body. Under the impact of the terrifying force of despair, his own strong consciousness played a role and resisted it. However, his body could not withstand the terrifying force, as if it was about to be torn apart. Without hesitation, Chunzong used the celestial spirit illusory body slash. This was not only an offensive martial art, but also a movement technique. Successive battles allowed Chunzong to have a deeper understanding of the mystery of the celestial spirit illusory body slash. He used it more flexibly. Not only could he use the illusory body to attack, but he could also use it to block attacks and even die for him. It was like a cicada shedding its shell. In an instant, his body was torn apart by the terrifying saber chi. However, it was only an illusory body. The real body appeared and attacked with a sword. The sword light turned into a sea of clouds in an instant, spreading all around and filling the entire arena. It swallowed Chunzong's body and the Extinction Saber King's body at the same time. Celestial Gang Chi. Kill. The peerless sword light cut through the sea of clouds, condensing Chunzong's strength. It was like the sword light of the beginning that split heaven and earth. It was stunning and earth-shattering. This sword condensed Chunzong's unparalleled faith, all for the sake of killing his opponent. In the face of the Extinction Saber King's powerful strength and the terrifying pressure it brought, Chunzong's Heart Sword Dao will erupted with unprecedented power, causing the power of this sword to increase greatly. Under this sword, there was no chance of survival. Vaguely, the Extinction Saber King felt his mind tremble slightly. A trace of indescribable horror grew from the deepest part of his heart and quietly spread. It was as if the opponent's sword was enough to kill him. However, he felt that the power contained in the opponent's sword was actually not very strong, at least to him. To be able to bring about this kind of mental crisis, it should be related to the Dao will that the opponent had mastered. It was a Dao will that directly pressured the mind. Compared to the Despair Saber Dao that he had mastered, it was not inferior at all. Unfortunately, you are still too inexperienced. The Extinction Saber King's feminine voice blew into Chunzong's ears like a gust of cold wind. In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from the Extinction Saber King's body. It was terrifying to the extreme. It was a power that far surpassed his cultivation base. The 6th level of Heaven and Earth Divine Art. The Extinction Saber King had already cultivated the 6th level of Heaven and Earth Divine Art. Moreover, he had reached the complete realm of the 6th level. The power of his cultivation base was extremely terrifying. The power of his Heaven and Earth constellation was even more shocking and tyrannical. The difference between each level of Heaven and Earth Divine Art was very obvious. It also had a great impact on one's strength. Previously, the Extinction Saber King did not use the power of the 6th level of Heaven and Earth Divine Art. Instead, he used the power of the 5th level of Heaven and Earth Divine Art to fight with Chunzong. However, in the face of this sword, he realized that it had already brought about a threat to him. He could no longer hide it, so he could only erupt. The power of the 6th level of Heaven and Earth Divine Art erupted. In an instant, it poured into the absolute grade weapon, the Absolute Heaven Saber. All the power of the Absolute Heaven Saber was completely stimulated in an instant. Just now, he had only used part of the power of the Absolute Heaven Saber, increasing its power by 40%. He lowered his body and withdrew his saber. The Extinction Saber King made a posture of drawing his saber and slashing. His eyes emitted an extremely intense radiance that pierced through the sea of sword-like clouds. He stared at the sword light with shocking, killing intent. The sea of sword-like clouds did not obstruct him in the slightest. The Extinction Saber. Blood Edge. In an instant, a smear of blood red filled the air. It was as if a blood-red lightning bolt tore through the sky. In an instant, it tore apart the sea of sword-like clouds. It also shattered the sword light of Chunzong's sword. Like a hot knife through butter, it violently attacked. The extremely shocking killing intent was so dense that it could not be dispersed. It made Chunzong unable to breathe. All the pores on his body opened up, and his hair stood on end. He was terrified. Danger. The intense danger of death was approaching. His tyrannical sword was actually unable to resist at all and was shattered. The difference in power made one feel despair. Earthly essence, collapsing mountain. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. His aura instantly rose to the peak. Heavenly spirit, illusory body, slash. 3 illusory bodies appeared, holding swords and attacking at the same time. He went all out. However, the Extinction Saber King's strike was extremely terrifying. It was like a hot knife through butter. It shattered the illusory bodies one after another and directly attacked the real body. Slash. The sword light and the saber light clashed, and both were shattered. Chunzong felt as if he was being attacked by a primordial beast. His sore body trembled nonstop. The extremely terrifying power attacked him as if it was going to completely shatter his body. The desperate saber intent directly attacked him, wanting to plunge him into the abyss of despair. Blocked. In the end, Chunzong still managed to block it. He retreated to the edge of the arena. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he still managed to block it. He actually blocked it. The Extinction Saber King's face was full of surprise. He knew very well how powerful his saber was. Even a king-ranked martial artist who had achieved 80 consecutive victories like him would find it difficult to block it head-on. Indeed, he was an opponent with great potential. However, it was a pity that this battle ended here. Extinction Saber, Earth Splitter. The absolute Heaven Saber was raised, and a shocking power spread. In an instant, it slashed down, turning into a black crescent moon. The edges of the crescent moon glowed with traces of blood. It was extremely sharp and seemed to be able to sink people into hell. This saber directly split the arena apart, bringing with it an unparalleled killing intent. The shocking saber pressure suppressed the void. Chunzong felt that his body could not move. He could only wait for the saber to arrive. He used the last of his strength and swung his sword. This was his last strike. Even if he could not win, he would not retreat. Slash. Chapter 1759. 1 slash cut through the air. When he regained consciousness, Chunzong had already appeared in his own space. Defeated. The 60th consecutive victory failed. Invincible Saber King, Chunzong said in a low voice. His eyes were as sharp as a sword, and his body emitted a terrifying sword aura. So strong. The invincible Saber King's strength was so strong. Chunzong couldn't help but clench his fists and tremble slightly. He wasn't afraid, but excited. It was obviously the same level of Tao intent, but it was so powerful. Even though there was an obvious gap between their cultivation and strength, and there was a great gap between their weapons, Chunzong was able to sense that Chun-Shi's grasp and application of Tao insights had obviously surpassed his own. Another point was that the martial arts that his opponent used had already broken away from the shadow of the heaven and earth lineage martial arts, and had become one of its own. First, it was the Marquis of the Night Hunt, then the invincible Saber King. They allowed Chunzong to see the difference between the heaven and earth lineage martial arts and realize the deeper level of mystery. However, compared to the invincible Saber King, the shadow of the heaven and earth lineage martial arts was still very clear in the Marquis of the Night Hunt's ultimate move. What's really strong is oneself. The heaven and earth lineage martial arts only provide a foundation, a primer. Chunzong couldn't help but think. After cultivating the heaven and earth lineage martial arts to the extreme, one could use it as a medium and guide to integrate the profound martial arts of the original body. From there, one could create a powerful martial arts that was more suitable for this body and completely unleash one's strength. Vaguely, Chunzong saw through a layer of mystery. A sudden change occurred. Heaven and earth changed. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong left his own space and appeared in a cold palace. Chunzong couldn't help but feel a trace of coldness pervading the air. The coldness seemed to seep into his bones and directly into the depths of his soul. Then a figure appeared not far away like a ripple of moonlight, but like the moon in the sky, distant deep and unfathomable. Heaven Execution Hall Master Qing Su Mingwei. Her gaze made Chunzong feel as if he was bathed in the faint white moonlight. It was quiet and deep, making people feel as if they were about to be immersed in it. Greetings, Hall Master. Chunzong bowed. You've achieved your goal. You've obtained 59 consecutive victories. Qing Su Mingyue's voice sounded. It was as clear as water and as faint as moonlight. It seemed to come from the distant void. According to our agreement, I will give you an opportunity. Chunzong was secretly excited, but he stood still and waited for the other party to continue. The Sky Execution Hall Master was a Spirit Ascension realm expert. In the Spirit Ascension realm, no one knew what level he was at. In short, he was an expert. At the very least, he should be stronger than the great saint experts in the Lingwu Holy World. What kind of fortuitous encounter would be for such a powerhouse? Qing Su Mingwei did not speak immediately. She seemed to be thinking about what kind of opportunity she should give Chunzong. At Qing Su Mingyue's level, a 50-win streak and a 60-win streak were two different levels. A 60-win streak and a 70-win streak were two different levels. Obtaining 50 consecutive victories was only the most basic goal. However, Chunzong's opponent was the invincible Saber King, who had an 80-win streak. He was very strong. It was reasonable that he was defeated. If it was a weaker opponent, he might have one. Chunzong's battle with the invincible Saber King was remarkable. He had talent and potential, and his will was very tenacious. You're still a top mortal physique, but every king-level genius is a spirit physique. Qing Su Mingyue spoke again. Hearing her words, Chunzong's heart raced. Could it be that the opportunity was, you've achieved your goal and passed my test? I will give you a peerless, sky-stealing, earth-changing elixir. I hope you can use it to transform and become a spirit physique of heaven and earth. Qing Su Mingyue said. Her voice was as cold as the wind and water. Hall Master, I can't repay you. Chunzong was ecstatic, but he did not let it go to his head. It should be known that a peerless, sky-stealing, earth-changing elixir required tens of millions of victories. Its value is shocking. Maybe I'll need your help in the future. Qing Su Mingyue was very direct. If it's within your power. Okay. Chunzong thought for a while and agreed. In the future, if Qing Su Mingyue really needed his help, he would look at the specific situation. If it was within his power, he would do it. If it was beyond his power, he would tell her. In the next moment, Chunzong felt the scene before him change again. He was back in a void space. This type of heaven and earth changing method. Yet the Battle Tower Lord was also like this. It really was shocking. He wondered what level the Battle Tower Master had reached. Now that he had achieved the goal set by Qing Su Mingyue and received the promised reward, Chunzong left the void space and walked out of the void cabin. Not long after, a peerless sky-stealing, earth-changing elixir was sent to the Tianyuan residence on Tianyuan Peak and handed to Chunzong. Now, his physique was a top mortal physique. If he went one step further, he would become a spirit physique, a low spirit physique. His physique could be said to have started from a low mortal physique and improved step by step until now. After becoming a king-level genius, he knew more secrets. It seemed that the amount of qi of heaven and earth that the body condensed when he first entered the eternal battle fort was closely related to the strength of the world his body was in. If the world his body was in was very strong, it would affect the absorption and infusion of qi of heaven and earth to a certain extent, making his physique stronger. Because the Lingwu sacred world had been invaded by the void demons, a great battle had almost destroyed the world. Tianyuan's sacred realm had been separated because of this, and countless experts had died. The overall level of the Lingwu sacred world was much weaker than before. Therefore, the Lingwu sacred world could only be considered a weak world among the many worlds in the void space. Chunzong was also affected because of this. Those who could achieve a top mortal physique, or even a top mortal physique from the beginning, were from very strong worlds. As for those who could achieve a spirit physique, other than the fact that their worlds were very strong, there were also other factors. Of course, not all of them came from other worlds in the void space. A small number of them were the descendants of some experts in the eternal battle fort. They were born extraordinary. An immortal physique level, the heaven-pilfering earth pill could directly improve from a low mortal physique to a top mortal physique. However, it was a huge leap from a top mortal physique to a low mortal physique. Therefore, even a top mortal physique could not guarantee that it could instantly transform. If one was lucky, one would only need one. If one was unlucky, one might even need 3. A top mortal physique pill was worth 10 million battle points. 3 would be 30 million battle points. It was undoubtedly terrifying. However, thinking about it, with the status of the Heaven Execution Palace Master, 10 million battle points was not a lot. The higher the level of the Heaven Execution Palace Master, the more beneficial it is to my physique. If I can completely master the 5th level of the Heaven Execution Palace Master, perhaps a top mortal physique pill can really transform my physique into a low mortal physique. His current goal was to first cultivate the 5th layer of the art of heaven and earth to perfection. It would be best if he could comprehend and cultivate the 6th layer. Otherwise, if he failed, it would be impossible for him to raise his constitution to the spirit body level for a long time. In the following time, Chunzong did not leave the Tianyuan Peak or enter the ethereal realm. He even closed the Tianyuan residence and declined all possible visits. He focused on cultivating the 5th level of the Heaven Execution Palace Master. The mysteries of the heaven and earth battle runes were also of great help to the cultivation of the 5th level of the Heaven Execution Palace Master. Greater mastery, perfection. When the 5th level of the Heaven Execution Palace Master reached perfection, Chunzong's Heaven and Earth True Gang also reached a shocking level. He began to comprehend the 6th level of the Heaven Execution Palace Master. Thanks to the help of the Heaven and Earth battle runes, he did not encounter any difficulties in comprehending the 6th level of the Heaven Execution Palace Master. After comprehending the 6th level of the Heaven Execution Palace Master, he began to cultivate. It was not difficult. His Heaven and Earth True Gang was strengthened once again. The 4th level of the Heaven Execution Palace Master was to merge Heaven's spiritual force and Earth elemental force into Heaven and Earth True Gang. The 5th and 6th levels were to strengthen. Time flew. The next challenge of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower was getting closer and closer. A strong aura spread out and rushed in all directions. With a roar, the terrifying Heaven and Earth True Gang condensed on Chunzong's body. The 6th level of the Heaven Execution Palace Master had reached minor mastery. The more condensed the Heaven and Earth True Gang was, the more terrifying its power would be. Now, I could take the peerless grade, sky-pilfering Earth Pill. Chunzong's eyes flashed. Finally, the time had come. A strong premonition spread out. This peerless grade, sky-pilfering Earth Pill would definitely make his body break through to spiritual body. Without hesitation, Chunzong swallowed the peerless grade, sky-pilfering Earth Pill. Suddenly, an extremely strong chi of heaven and earth exploded in his body. It turned into a black and white torrent that rushed into Chunzong's body. It shuttled back and forth, rushing into the depths of his body. It constantly strengthened Chunzong's body and changed his body constitution. His mortal body was undergoing a rapid metamorphosis toward a higher level. It was as if he had been reborn. Black and white halos spread out from his body, like 2 black and white dragons entwining each other. His internal organs, bones, tendons, and skin were all vibrating, making a sound like metal clashing. An astonishing aura also swept out from his body like a void storm, destroying everything. This was a transformation that came from the deepest part of his body. Gradually, the transformation from the inside to the outside was equivalent to a transformation and improvement of the essence of life. Chunzong's strong consciousness could clearly feel the changes in his body. Involuntarily, Chunzong was looking forward to the spiritual body after the transformation. As for the failure of the transformation, it did not exist. This was a kind of confidence that came from the deepest part of his heart. Unparalleled confidence. The belief of success. In an instant, the black and white dragons raised their heads and let out a series of sonorous dragon roars that seemed to pierce through the clouds. If it were not for the formation of Tianyuan residents blocking it, it would have caused a lot of alarm. The halo of light spread out like a raging wave. It swept out endlessly and spread to every corner of the hall. Then, countless black and white halos flowed back and poured into Chunzong's body, causing his body to shake continuously. The final transformation had begun. A deep transformation, a transformation of the essence of life. Chapter 1760. Power. Chunzong was mesmerized by the power that was full of tenacity and stamina that surged in his body. This power was not a direct power, but a potential. Spiritual body. His body constitution had successfully transformed into a low-level spiritual body. Compared to his previous top-level mortal body, it was a huge leap. A mortal body was like a mortal's body, while a spiritual body was like a body that had been reborn after cultivation. It was completely different. It was not only a change in power, but also a change in potential. It was an upgrade of the essence. The surrounding chi of heaven and earth became more intimate. It was at least twice as comfortable, like a fish in water. It was as if a heavy burden had been removed. It became light and relaxed, as if it was about to fly with the wind. He took a deep breath. His breath seemed to be fresher, and his body felt more transparent. Chunzong was overjoyed by this wonderful feeling. Spiritual body. It was indeed extraordinary. Chunzong began to cultivate the sixth stage of heaven and earth execution. As soon as he did, the speed of the heaven and earth true Kong in his body suddenly increased. It was like a flood, but he did not feel the slightest burden. A large amount of chi of heaven and earth was absorbed into his body and quickly transformed into heaven and earth true Kong, increasing his cultivation and increasing the power of true Kong. In an instant, Chunzong was surrounded by a thick chi of heaven and earth. It was as if his whole body was immersed in it. A spiritual body was, to a certain extent, one that was favored by heaven and earth. The chi of heaven and earth would naturally be close to, and gather. Once the cultivation method was activated, the efficiency would naturally be higher. The sixth stage of heaven and earth execution's efficiency in refining the chi of heaven and earth was also much higher than the fifth stage. He could feel his cultivation increasing at a rapid speed. Immediately, it was as if he had broken the limit. Heaven and earth execution's sixth stage had broken through to the realm of heaven and earth execution's sixth stage. It had not been long since he broke through to the realm of heaven and earth execution, but Chunzong understood that it was due to the transformation of his body constitution. From a top-level mortal body to a low-level spiritual body, the transformation of the essence brought about an effect and improvement. It would not be easy to cultivate to the realm of heaven and earth execution. It would either be a slow accumulation of cultivation and a natural breakthrough, or it would be possible for his body constitution to be upgraded from a low-level spiritual body to a mid-level spiritual body. The latter would undoubtedly be more difficult than the former. When one's physique reached the spirit body level, it would be even more difficult to raise it. As long as there were enough peerless grade heaven pilfering earth-changing pills, it would be possible to raise one's spirit physique from low-grade spirit physique to middle-grade spirit physique. However, if one wanted to raise one's spirit physique from middle-grade spirit physique to high-grade spirit physique, it would be useless no matter how many peerless grade heaven pilfering earth-changing pills he had, let alone peak-grade spirit physique. However, for the time being, Chunzong was satisfied with being able to upgrade to a low-level spiritual body. As for a higher-level spiritual body, he would think about it when he had the right opportunity. Mastery of the sixth level of heaven and earth execution had increased his cultivation and strength. Chunzong tried to perform the basic martial art, 9 heavenly spirit strikes. The sword slashed out, instantly piercing through the sky. Whether it was the sword's speed or power, it had increased by more than 50%. This was the enhancement brought about by the spirit body. With my current strength, even if I can't defeat the invincible Saber King, I won't lose easily, Chunzong said to himself. After consolidating his strength, Chunzong headed to the Heaven-Earth Battle Tower. This time, he had to pass the 10th level. At least, he would not be disqualified as a King Realm genius. In addition, Chunzong wanted to go back to his original body. After all, it had been a long time since he came to the Eternal Battle Fort. According to the time ratio, it was estimated that many years had passed in the Tianyuan Sacred Realm. He wondered how the Shura sect was doing. Had the Rakshasa King appeared? Now, what he had to do in the highest mystery realm was to find the Rakshasa King and kill him to avenge the ancient Shura King. He would fulfill his last wish and his promise. Only by fulfilling this promise could he truly cultivate with a clear conscience and focus on improving himself. He would strive to break through to the imminent God realm as soon as possible and enter the void of the universe with his real body. After seeing a wider world and a more powerful realm, he was no longer satisfied with being a half-step great saint in the Tianyuan Sacred Realm. He would devote his life to pursue the peak of Swordway. The Heaven-Earth Battle Tower stood tall and straight into the clouds, with no end in sight. When Chunzong came to the Heaven-Earth Battle Tower, he unexpectedly met Yangguan. Chun. Seeing Chunzong, Yangguan was happy at first. He was about to greet him when he thought of something. He stopped talking and stopped. As soon as he returned to the Eternal Battle Fort, he immediately inquired about the various things and information that had happened before he left. He found out that Chunzong had improved by leaps and bounds in less than a year. First, he had 10 consecutive victories, then 20 consecutive victories, and now 50 consecutive victories. He was almost 60 consecutive victories. From a low-level genius to a high-level genius, he was now a King Realm genius and had the title of Tianyuan Sword King. Yangguan wondered if he had come to the wrong place, or if he had fallen into an illusion. However, the truth was the truth. Therefore, when he saw Chunzong again, although Yangguan was happy, he was also a little restrained. After all, Chunzong was no longer a low-level genius like him. He was a King Realm genius with a King Realm title. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Brother Yang. Chunzong walked over with a smile on his face. Back then, Yangguan had told him all sorts of information so that he could understand more about the Eternal Battle Fort. However, he was not the kind of person who would abandon his friends just because he had become rich. Chunzong's attitude had not changed at all. Yangguan heaved a sigh of relief. After chatting for a while, the two entered the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower and began to challenge the tower. Yangguan wanted to challenge the 3rd level. If he could pass the 3rd level, he would be promoted to a mid-level genius. To him, this was no less than an improvement. As for Chunzong, he wanted to challenge the 7th level. However, this time, Chunzong's goal was to pass the 10th level. Previously, Chunzong did not have much confidence in passing the 7th level. However, this time, his strength had increased a lot. The 7th level was nothing to him. After easily passing the 7th level, he immediately received 100,000 battle achievements as well as 3 mid-grade, sky-stealing, earth-changing elixirs. Following that, he began to challenge the 8th level. Although the 8th level was more difficult than the 7th level, given his current strength, it was still nothing. Pass. 200,000 battle achievements and an upper-grade weapon as an extra reward. The 9th level. The difficulty of the 9th level was much higher than the 8th level. 9 heavenly strikes. Transformation. The sword light surged and spread in all directions. Under the 6th level of greater mastery of heaven and earth, its power became even more powerful and terrifying. Kill. The peerless sword light shot out. It gathered all of Chunzong's strength and belief, killing everything. After the battle with the invincible Saber King, Chunzong had a deeper understanding of the 9 heavenly strikes. As he attacked with his sword, An indomitable aura filled the air. He received 300,000 battle achievements and an upper-grade, sky-stealing, earth-changing elixir as an extra reward. In addition to the battle achievements he obtained in the Void Realm, he had nearly 900,000 battle achievements. If he converted the extra reward into battle achievements, he would have more than 1,000,000 battle achievements. 1,000,000 battle achievements could be customized for a peerless weapon. Thinking about it, Chunzong could not help but feel a little excited. The 10th level. The 10th level of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower. The 10th level belonged to the king-level geniuses. Chunzong was not afraid, but he was a little dignified. A newcomer, a voice that sounded like metal clashing, sounded with a little surprise. Come on, defeat me, and you can pass the 10th level. As the voice fell, a figure in black metal armor stepped out of the darkness, holding a long saber. The blade was narrow, thin, and extremely sharp. A strong aura rushed out as if it came from the abyss. Kill! The long saber broke through the air and attacked in an instant. In just an instant, hundreds of black saber lights shattered the sky and attacked wildly. In an instant, Chunzong was covered by hundreds of black saber lights. They covered the sky and covered the earth, sealing everything around him. Every saber light was extremely terrifying. It was as cold as the abyss, as if it was going to cut him into countless pieces. Heavenly spirit illusion. In an instant, he turned into a shadow. Earthly essence collapsing mountain. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With 3 steps, Chunzong's aura and power were condensed to the extreme, exceeding the limit. Kill! A sword broke through the air, carrying the 6th level of the Heaven and Earth divine skill. The sword chi was violent, tearing the sky apart, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting. He had to admit that the opponent on the 10th level was indeed very strong. If it was only the 5th level of the Heaven and Earth divine skill, he might not be a match for him. But now he had transformed into a low-level spiritual body and cultivated to the 6th level of the Heaven and Earth divine skill. He had reached the profound realm. Fierce battle. Suppress. Gradually, Chunzong gained the upper hand. Heavenly spirit illusion slash. The illusion slashed out with the sword, and the real body slashed out with the sword. They attacked from the front and back, immediately penetrating the opponent's body. Kill! The 10th level was passed. This was the goal of a king-level genius. He would not be demoted. In addition, if he passed the 10th level, he would get 1,000,000 battle points and an additional reward. This time, the additional reward was 5 upper-grade, heaven-stealing, earth-changing pills. The 11th level. Although he was not confident, Chunzong relaxed and raised his fighting spirit. He did not hesitate to fight. Even if he was defeated, it did not matter. He would treat it as a training for himself. The opponent on the 11th level was dressed in a white robe, but he held a black and white spiral spear. He was tall and slender, and with the spear in his hand, he had an indescribable elegance. Seeing Chunzong appear, there was a smile on the man's face, but he did not say anything. He took a step forward, like a white horse riding the waves. His speed was shocking. In an instant, he swept past, and his spear pierced forward. The spear broke through the air, like a black and white lightning tearing the void, carrying a terrible power. Chunzong felt like he had been penetrated. Heavenly spirit illusion slash. The illusion slashed with the sword in an instant, but it was defeated by the opponent's spear. Chunzong's real body appeared beside him, and his sword slashed through the air. The spear trembled slightly. The tip of the spear was like thousands of pear blossoms, blooming in an instant and spreading around. In the blink of an eye, it was like thousands of blooming pear blossoms on a pear tree. However, each pear of blossoms spat out a little cold light. The cold light was like broken starlight, spreading in amazing coldness and sharpness. It broke through everything and covered Chunzong from head to toe. This spear not only blocked Chunzong's sword, but also counterattacked. There was no way to dodge. Heart Realm. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.